We'll be right back. I can never get enough. You give good love. I can never get enough. You give good love. I can never
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final night for the PUBG BrawlFest Season 1 Finals. My name is Xenox, and we are heading into our angle 5 more times to find out who is going to be taking home the first place prize of $1,000. $2,000 overall up for grabs as well for the entirety of the prize pool. 500 for second place, 250 for third, 150 as well for fourth position, and $100 to the top fragger over the course of the 10 games. We played 5 games last night, possibly for those who missed it. We have our leaderboard. If you do want to see the leaderboard, it's !leaderboard, but I'll read it out for you guys as well. No invites in first position with a total of 55 kills. That's right, they averaged 11 kills a game last night. They're at 5,155 points. Just about 2,000 points clear of second place Team Immunity, who are on 3,320. It does get closer, though, with SYF Gaming only 150 points behind Team Immunity in third position, and then Avant Gaming just 70 points behind SYF in fourth. Justice Esports was a team who was able to place quite regularly high over the first night of the first 5 games. They're in 5th position at the moment. Extricity also a strong showing from their end in 6th position. Then it goes down to Archaic, Order in 8th, Knights Esports in 9th, and Auxiliaries in 10th. Although the bad story from last night, the Chiefs, 1,600 points, just the 9 kills. Unfortunately for the Chiefs last night over the 5 games, they're sitting in 11th position. There is still, of course, 5 games here to go tonight to try and turn things around, but it is going to be a difficult ask for those teams that are in the bottom half of the table already, as Merrick's going to get the early kill of the night onto Zoo Table. Flesh Eaters, a team, as they are in green, that has been causing controversy over the last night, hot dropping Pandemic a couple of times, but this time they get a bit of taste of their own medicine, with Merrick and Flood dropping early around Very Pier before heading over to Military Base with Dak and Unique for SYF Gaming. Again, they're in 3rd position at the moment for SYF. Good start. Didn't lose any members, but Zoo Table will be revived. Podix 12 will pick him up. Tyler 23-14 and Grunt Rebellion makes up the rest of the roster for Flesh Eater. Pretty easy team to spot. The only team with the number on their little icons. We'll go over to the cliffs. That is Pandemic Esports, Kamsi, Big Boy, Macca, Husey. A team that also stood out last night over the first 5 games, but hasn't been able to stand out in the leaderboard rankings. Over at Pachinki, it's Team Immunity, Nick 101, Sweet Soul, Kozi, and Kasun. They're right up for a chance of still taking out first position, but they've got to catch no invites, 2,000 points behind them. Over in the Gatka Fields, the Chiefs, Good Commotion, and Tingleton, or Tigleton, or Tingleton, or just James, however you want to call him. He's in tonight for Champs, Edge, and P for Potato, of course, rounds out the rest of the roster for the team in blue. The team in hot pink, though, the team to catch right now. It's no invites. Cheeses, Extreme 2G, Zoidmate, and Valkyrie filling in for Luke 12. So they do lose a very top fragger in Luke 12. Valkyrie, very much a handy player, though, himself. So we'll see how they will go tonight. Basically playing with 2 substitutions in Cheeses and Valkyrie. No Happy Davidas and no Luke 12. Over in Hospital, it's New Genesis, Garfield Lowell, Hob the Hobo, IDK. And should be one more somewhere. Am I missing somebody? Or have they only got 3? That's Foster. He's already moving on, though. We'll check on the X-ray as well, so I don't forget that. There is Foster, just south of shooting range. Over at North Georgia Pool, it's Knights Esports, Suspect Cream, Double J, and Solo B. Over in Severny, it's Extricity with Savsy, Assassin, Jackie, and the man of the hour in game number 4 last night, Niku's single-handedly wiping out Order and Team Immunity last night in 1 game. We'll see if he's going to be able to continue his strong showing. They had a good finish to the games last night, Extricity, after a slow start. And the question is now whether or not they will be able to carry on that form coming into tonight to try and get into the money. Currently in 6th position. They need to try and get into the top 4. In Yasnaya Poliana, it's Avant Gaming, Chungi, Resolves, Vasily, and Textile still being sharing the Yasnaya City with Auxiliaries, the team in brown, Bong Sao, Twerker Fish, Ace Gun, and Mr. Jaws near South Yasnaya and the police station. We're on top of Stalbert at the moment. It's Somatic from Archaic, non-reg as well, just to the east of him, as Rafi and Dabali, the team from Archaic, usually looting in Lipovka. Changing things up, though, with their looting location here at the moment. Ex-Guru from Justice Esports has moved up already. Close by to Nick 101, close by to that crate, east of Roshawk. The rest of the team still around that farm region in Milton, playing for Spaggy and Fury. It is Lassie Esports in Apartments, Team 404 in Roshawk and School, with No Mercy, Tony, Firefall, and is it Zach who's in tonight? No, they've just got the 3 apparently, unfortunately for Team 404. We do have 18 teams here tonight as well. And the last team we've got to touch on, or the last 2 teams, is Carnage Esports with Untainted, Death's Won't Kill You, Wolf, Sunny, and then we back with Gen Joker, Juice X, Woodsy, and Galway to round out our 18 teams here tonight. That is who we've got. And that's who's going to be battling it out for the overall $2,000 prize pool. 5 games to go here for the PUBG BrawlFest Season 1 Finals. Again, a big shout out to the sponsors for the Season 1 of BrawlFest, One Up Entertainment and the Legends Cyber Cafe New South Wales. A big thank you to them. Also, a big thank you to all our admin and staff throughout the season. Can be done with a lot of help from Rez, Lorne, Benchu, and a few others as well. Valkyrie helping out. The Ivo as well. So a big thank you to all the admin and staff. Obviously, we've got big things coming. For those who aren't aware, with the partnership with GLL, the Global Loot League, coming down to OCE with the Wingman's Duo $5,000 tournament coming up. And, of course, the Alpha/Bravo Division $10,000 tournament coming up. More details of that, of course, on the Twitter from via either BrawlFest or GLL. And, of course, on the Discord for BrawlFest. As we get into game number 6 here. Now, I could say 1 for the night. It's either game number 1 for the night or it's game number 6 in total. Edge is going to get the kill, though. The first kill of the game, in fact, onto IDK. Good start for the Chiefs. They only picked up 9 kills in total over the course of the 5 games last night. And tonight, they've already got 1. It's a good start. And you get the first one of the game as well. Assassin Niku is a bit of a spread at the moment for Extricity. Critical Motion actually finds himself in the middle of that spread inside of this zone. So it's going to be Stalber zone. We had a Stalber zone last night, but the zone actually shifted more towards the east, more towards Stalber rather than the western side of Stalber region, which is where a lot of the teams like to congregate and move towards. We are 7.5 minutes into this game, though, so we'll put the tunes away and we'll get stuck into the game. So the crate was eventually looted just to the east of Rozhok, so teams down on Sosnovka Island, they will have to get moving shortly. SYF Gaming are going to have to exit the military base. Blue Zone's approaching 3.5 minutes until we are going to head into phase number 2, and phase 1 will be over. Plenty of time, though, for teams still to make their way into that first zone. But if they don't get in there early, they are going to find it's going to be difficult to actually get the locations they would want. I do sense that most of the teams predominantly would like to be above this Rozhok River, above the Yasnaya Pond, and get around to the west of Stalber. You'll see some teams sort of around the northeast, sort of hanging around Stalber, not so much maybe on top of Stalber. As we see, Order actually didn't touch on Order. They've got, obviously, Jukesy as the leader for this order. Bryn, Zidon, and Big Jumbi, though, all filling in tonight. They actually did quite well last night. They had a couple of good games until they ran into Niku's. That was their downfall, going out in the last positions to Niku's. But it is, of course, Jukesy and the 3 subs. The rest of Order still over in Thailand, I believe, are still celebrating their victory. So give them the time to celebrate that. Definitely a big occasion, so why not? As not a lot of movement from the 2 teams in Yasnaya Polyana at the moment, with Vant and Auxiliaries already being inside of the zone. Don't necessarily have to rush out of Yasnaya, but there is still the warehouse on the base of Stalber. Fury is close by here for Justice Esports. And they've already lost Guru. Woods is going to be knocked down by Merrick. That's going to be down south, actually, on Sosnovka Island. Jen Joker's going past as well. So SYF Gaming happy to just sort of let we back. Try and get over the bridge and pick off any of them along the way. They won't be able to get Gen Joker, though. That's not going to happen. 9.5 minutes, but they do get Woodsy. First kill of the game for SYF Gaming. We back lose 1. Galway's actually been stranded and left behind here on Sosnovka Island. Does still have his own Dacia, but now actually has to cross the bridge. Full well knowing there's 4 members of SYF Gaming still there. He may actually just wait for SYF to move instead. Does only have the 1 first aid kit. Won't want to waste too much time, though. Does have 15 bandages. Not sure what his stims are. Obviously, that's been changed, but does have 4 smoke grenades. We can tell that. 10 minutes gone. Minute and a half now until phase number 2 in the blue zone is well and truly approaching. All of Sosnovka Island has been wiped out. No Invite's going to make their way over towards the western side. Pretty standard. We saw Knights Esports as well, leaving from North George Ball, coming the same direction. Solo B does need to be careful when Extreme 2G is close by. Do apologize for any lag issues. Don't tell me we're going to crash already. Oh my goodness. Well, you know what? Let's get this out of the way early, shall we? F's in chat for PUBG. New patch, new issues. Same old PUBG, though. Let's get that done and dusted early. I need to have the technical music, the technical difficulties music for these scenarios, like, just sort of loaded up and ready to go. Because let's see what we can find. Here we go. This should do. This should do. We'll be back in a minute. Apologies for the delay, ladies and gentlemen, but we are back. Yes, we are back. And we're into phase number 2 now. We didn't miss much. 18 teams still alive here for game number 1 of the night, number 6 in total. And it is PUBG. It's what we expect at this point, is it not? We have had 6 deaths so far, as Husey from Pandemic gets pretty close by to Carnage. His deaths won't kill you, and his deaths will kill him. As he knocks him off the motorbike, subsequently we'll finish him off. First kill of the game now for Carnage. Critical motion with a headshot onto Sapsy as well. Chiefs getting amongst the action early here tonight. Nick 101 finds himself into a bit of no man's land though for team immunity. The rest of his team south of him, but he is close by to the Chiefs. Phase 2 zone did completely shift away from the water, even without the land ratio setting. Sapsy's actually just been sort of left for dead here, but for now, but Assassin may be able to get over there in time as long as he doesn't get knocked down himself. Doesn't have the vehicle to get over there, but Sapsy's not bleeding out too rapidly. And Assassin should be able to make it over to his friend to get him back up for Extricity. Shot came from the Chiefs in critical motion as player 4 is going to be eliminated by double J_G. 404 currently the trio. No Mercy, Firefall and Tony holding up onto the northerly side of this zone. Somatic still actually far north of Stalber at the moment along the coastline. As Flash here to come in via shooting range. It's on the far west side for no invites. Still a couple of teams find themselves actually below the Roshawk River. You got Lassie Esports, SYF, Carnage, Pandemic, Orders line up as Bryn will get the kill onto Big Boy Macca. First kill for them. It was interesting to see last night. It was definitely Jukesy leading the way for his team, but there was certain games where Zidon would pop off or Bryn would pop off. Big Jumbi's always capable of popping off, and they're well and truly capable subs for Order tonight. 14 minutes gone. Kamsi now sort of just left behind for Pandemic. Last one alive. They may have only had the 3 though. Kamsi, Husey and Big Boy Macca didn't get dropped on this game, but it's not working out regardless. Fourteen and a half minutes has transpired. So we're going to see a couple of teams now. Tiller is going to just try and surely make their way over this bridge, but the question is, where do they go? Ace Gun's already been knocked down, but he is inside of the Wizard Tower. Turkish has got to make his way in safely, just past team immunity. Trying to provide some cover fire was Bong Sao and Mr. Jaws. Avant just holding around the Asnaya Pond, still in play, still in side of this zone. Somatic, not sure where he's going to go. Maybe all the way down south towards Rafi and Debali, who are getting shot at the moment by Galway. And as I literally touch on Galway, given the caster curse, he gets headshot by Debali, goes down. We'll be able to get the quick revive though. Although Juicex does need to be careful. I kind of want to move away from that window, and I think that's what he's really just precarious off at the moment as the shots do come in. Love the clown outfit though for Juicex. Galway just moved to maybe a better location. They're really struggling to sort this one out. They've got it done finally for We Back. We're going to get our phase 3 zone. Continues to shift over to the western side. So well and truly away now from Stull, but this does make things very interesting for the teams on the south side. They now all have to cross this Roshawk River. You do not want to be stuck, even though Roshawk is still in play inside of this next zone. You don't want to be down there. Otherwise, you've only got 3 bridges at the moment to actually get over to the other side, to get over to the main side where you know that next zone is going to shift into. This does mean for teams like New Genesis, they really do not have to move at all, barring the fact that it may shift over towards the eastern side, towards the likes of Immunity and Extricity and the Chiefs. New Genesis still wouldn't exactly have to go too far regardless. Order will make their way over though. Jukesy looks like he's going to just trail it back. Does lose the tire and will be falling out of the motorbike as the motorbike got run over by Zidon as well. Jukesy will be able to get behind the rock. Should be able to be revived though by Brent. Zidon's going to throw out the smoke, and they do have the Wizzy Tower now, so Order should be fine. Just a little bit north of the Roshawk River, and they are actually pretty safe from New Genesis regardless. Just above them in the yellows, you can see Extricity moved on up. Getting shot at though by Justice Esports and Knights Esports. Justice currently sitting at the petrol station. They are quite below them though, and Justice do need to be careful. Sometimes you can see right under that massive fence line from multiple different angles. Chiefs will continue to just hold their current location. Over in the distance, you can see Flash Eater, no invites on top of the hill. All that way, far away. They can get a nice vantage hold if it does continue to shift over to the west. If it does shift over to the east, though, for No Invites, who are actually just down to Extreme 2G and Valkyrie. They may be in a bit of trouble. They do still have some vehicles, though, to make the distance over towards the east if it does. But if it does move over to the west, it's really what they will require at the moment. They won't have to move too far. They'll have the high ground advantage with the trees. Bongsao is going to be knocked down by Cozzy, Auxiliaries, and Team Immunity fighting this one out. And it's going to be, so far, Immunity that are well and truly on top. Both Bongsao and Mr. Jaws eliminated. Cozzy picks up the double kill. And Auxiliaries now just down to Ace Gun and Twerkerfish inside of this Wizzy Tower. They're going to just have to sit put, hope for the best, and know the fact that Immunity aren't going to rush out and try and bombard them with frag grenades, because it'll leave them open to Avant Gaming, who have got their eyes on the scenario as well. Not really helping out Auxiliaries. In fact, they're helping out Immunity. Actually, Avant are just helping out themselves right now. They've got their eyes on both. No kills yet for Avant Gaming's Resolves, Jungi Textile, or Vasily. Up on the northern side, it's Carnage, it's Gen Joker, and the rest of We Back have now also made their way towards the northeasternly side of this zone. We are 55 seconds away from phase number 4 here. Game 6 of the PUBG BrawlFest Season 1 Finals. It's No Invites who are the clear leaders at the moment, but they're not leading this game. They're down to just 2 remaining. Solo B with a knockdown to 5-fold. Tiny and Mo Mercy. They need to be shown some mercy here as they make the cross. And they make the rotation just south of the Chiefs' Edge and Critical Motion. 2-2 split for the Chiefs as well here, controlling a decent amount of ground. And again, no mercy and no... Well, bye-bye. First team eliminated, 404. Shortly afterwards, Kamsi goes down too for Pandemic. So 2 teams thusly eliminated in quick succession. Pandemic out in 17th position. And the Chiefs now up to 4 kills. They got an AWM as well for Critical Motion. 6X attached. 4 kills though, 3 from Edge, 1 from Tiggleton. We are going to get that next zone. Actually, it does shift slightly over to the western side. And again, as I mentioned, Phase 4 does have that land ratio setting, but it's also a matter of odds. It was always going to go above that north side of the Roshok River. That has been the case. The downside, though, for Avant Gaming, it doesn't quite shift over to the northeasterly side, which would have been perfect for them. Does help out Extreme 2G and Valkyrie, though, not too far away. They will still have trees as cover. But again, as always, with Phase 4 is when the game just starts to get absolutely claustrophobic for these teams. And it becomes a matter of who can find safe locations. P for Potato and Tiggleton will have to make their way over to Critical Motion and Edge, as they are getting some company, though, from Carnage Esports right now. Sliding on in, it's Untainted. They're going to get out of the vehicle. Sunny as well. Quick double knockdown from Critical Motion, and Edge will confirm the kills for Critical Motion. 6 kills for the Chiefs. They've almost reached their tally of kills that they achieved last night over 5 games here in this one game. Maybe it is comeback time for the Chiefs after all. 2 left for Carnage, still stuck at the warehouse. Wolf, oh, you gotta be careful. AWM for Crit, he's gonna take the shot. Unable to land it. And of course, when you've got the AWM, you don't want to be rushing those sort of shots. It's only got 15 bullets left. It's a powerful weapon to take into the late game as he almost team kills Edge, who runs in front of him. I'm sure a little oi must have come out there as he shot at his Gen Joker's going to go down. Critical Motion's on fire. The Chiefs turning things around here tonight for the second night of the finals. Now up to 7 kills at the 20.5-minute mark of game number 6. Juice X, is he going to go down as well? Look at the aggressiveness of Critical Motion coming out now. He's going to throw out the nade as well towards Juice X's location. Gets a good roll. It's going to blow up the Darcy. No, not quite. And No Invites are out in 16th position. Valkyrie, Extreme 2G, open things up for the rest of the competition. Crit will get Juice X knocked down. And We Back are just down to Galway as the last one alive. South of the Chiefs at the moment, just to the northwest of Carnage. The massive news, though, with No Invites going out in just 16th position. And Carnage will follow in 15th position. And a massive chance for teams like the Chiefs to crawl back up the standings and try and have a crack at No Invites. Huge as well for Team Immunity, of course, sitting in 2nd position at the moment. 5 kills for them, 4 still alive. 21.5 minutes gone. All Hug's going to be eliminated. And Critical Motion's not done yet. This is the Chiefs show right now. It's been a while since they've popped off like this. They eliminate Auxiliaries in 14th position. 10 kills for the Chiefs. They had 9 kills over 5 games last night. They're up to 10 already in 22 minutes. If they can keep this up for the rest of the night, they may just make the most dramatic comeback from a point differential that I've ever seen in PUBG. 10 more bullets for Critical Motion and the AWM. 5 kills for Crit. He was watching a bit of Ibiza last night. Obviously learnt a thing or two. 13 teams, 43 alive. Chiefs continue to just hold that northern side. They do have over there West Knights Esports, who have got 3 kills, 4 alive as well. Unique with the headshot knocked down onto Grunt Rebellion, but Flash Eater still in this one. They're a team that's done okay so far for a team that really has only played in BrawlFest and as well and truly just sort of gone into the hyperbolic time chamber of trying to play against these top teams and learning off them over a short period of time. They've gotten better. They've been able to start to hold their own in these games. And obviously you can see that with the double kill against no invites. They're up to 2 kills. They got 4 still alive, holding the western side. But they do have SYF Gaming pushing up onto them now. Frag Grenade's going to open things up. Boy, you can even hear the tinnitus from that frag grenade as Unique's going to throw out another one. The black trail of death will go out. Oh boy, it's a big one from Unique. Double knockdown confirms the kill onto Podex 12. And it's only Zootable that's left as well for Flash Eater. Huge nade. It's a Kobe. And Flash Eater go from 4 to 1 in the matter of 1 nade. As he just tries to hide behind this bush, but I don't sense it's going to work out for Zootable. Merrick's behind him. Is he going to be able to get this knockdown and thusly then the elimination? It's going to have to come, and it will. He's able to achieve that at the very least. 3 kills now for Flash Eater. The rest of SYF Gaming aren't that close, and they're actually under pressure from a couple of other teams. Unique taking a bit of damage. And it doesn't want to rush this scenario just yet. P for Potato with a headshot onto Cozzy. The long range is immunity. Need to now actually get inside of this next zone, the phase 5 zone, which the blue zone's going to start pushing in 10 seconds time now. But patience from SYF Gaming. They don't really want to all rush in. It's going to be a frag grenade, I think, coming out from Zootable. Surely they know that he's pretty close by. He's going to be inside of that bush. They can't really see him, though. He's also up on the hill slightly. Makes it difficult for Unique to actually spot him. Down on the south side, though, we've got a whole bunch of teams. Zootable's going to go once again. Gets the knockdown on the Flood. Unique just has to go in at this point. Confirms the kill. And finally, Unique will put out the Flash Eater player in Zootable, but boy, did it cost SYF. They lost both Merrick and Flood to the stake in the grass. As Lassie Esports have been eliminated in 12th position, Flash Eater went out in 13th. And down to the south side, it's Order and Avant Gaming. They're about to do battle. The pressure so far, though, is on Avant here to push through past Order's lineup. The gate that they've got locked up, trying to keep Avant at bay. They do get the confirmed execution onto both Results and Textile. Chungi knocked down. Vasily, the last one alive, but all he can do is just run for it. And he is just going to have to try and leave this battle and confirm the fact that he's lost this one over to Order. They've come out on top here, but Order will have to actually now go forward and deal with Electricity. Vasily's, though, stuck in between a rock and a hard place as he's moving forward. Nick 101 sends him back behind the tree into the blue. Kasun's been knocked down, though. Nick 101 has to be forced back with Sweet Soul to deal with the scenario of Justice Esports. Spray's going to come out, knock down onto Spaggy with the M249. They've also got an AUG as well. Boy, they've been great happy to this game for Team Immunity. Fury, though, just trying to heal back up. He's just stimming, but he takes a large tank of damage from Nick 101 into the spray of the smoke. We'll be able to get that first aid kit off side. It's been knocked down by Somatic. Actually flanked and is all by himself at the moment for Archaic. The rest of Order are going to push up. Sweet Soul surely gets this kill onto Fury. Actually just hops over the window. That's going to be the end of Justice Esports in 11th position. Nick 101 and Sweet Soul move forward. 7 kills for Team Immunity now as they look to catch up to no invites. So 26 minutes has now transpired here. Game number 6. First game of the night. 5 in total for the BrawlFest finals. 10 teams left here. 26 alive. Next zone, it's going to go slightly south. It's relatively central, though, for that south push that it did have. It does mean, though, the Chiefs are going to have to cross the road. That's going to be quite difficult. Luckily for the Chiefs, though, most of the teams are on the south side of this zone. No one necessarily holding the north side, so that means they're not really that close to the road. So the Chiefs should be able to get over, barring they don't come into a conflict with the Knights Esports boys, who are also going to have to make their way down south, but they don't have to cross the road. That's a positive for Knights. Dak and Unique, though. Got them in their sights down below them in the yellow. It's 2 versus 4, though, from a distance. Galway gets the knockdown onto Edge. Will he be able to get the confirmed execution? Will be difficult unless he just throws out the nade. And really throwing out the nade at this point may be the best thing. He goes for the smoke instead. Critical Motion will punish him. 12 kills for the Chiefs. And they send Wee back out of this game in 10th position. Big Jumbi's now been knocked down again, as I mentioned. Order had to push through Electricity, and it was always going to be difficult. Electricity inside of the zone with the only compound besides Foster's compound over to west of them. A frag grenade may just finish them off here, especially Big Jumbi's. Actually, the kill goes over to Nick 101. Juxie and Bryn now stuck on this blue wall behind them. Minute and 50 seconds. It is moving right now. Bryn's going to be knocked down. Juxie's the last one alive for order. Don't sense he's going to be able to last much longer here. Really, all he can just hold on and maybe just die to the play zone at this point. It's either going to go down to Immunity or go down to Extricity. Sweet Soul picking up 2 more kills for Immunity now, up to 9 from 7. Stealing the kills away from from Extricity here, who's still just on 0 kills. Really, Extricity will feel hard done by. They should have been up at least 2 or 3 kills. Still on 0. They may be able to get Juxie, though, if he does try and make the cross over this little hill and over towards Extricity's location. Suspect knocked down by a critical motion. They've sent 2 over the road. It's worked out so far. Now it's over down towards the southwest side. It's Archaic who come out second best against New Genesis, and with a bit of help from SYF Gaming. 2 kills for New Genesis. Dak and Unique hold on. It's 6 kills, but 5 of them from Unique. Coming in here tonight for SYF, as that will be the end of Vasily, the end of Avant in 8th position. Juxie's just holding on, rank taking it inside of the Blues, got them into the top 7. Critical motion goes down. And finally, for the Chiefs, they are starting to feel the pressure. They're no longer the bullies. Now they're getting bullied themselves. Down to just P for Potato and Tiggleton. Juxie finally goes down, 7th position for order. 28.5 minutes gone by. But P for Potato and Tiggleton both are inside of the next zone. They don't have to worry too much. Immunity, on the other hand, they'll have to worry about Extricity, who are right above them. Got a smoke up. I think it's going to be a full med kit for Sweet Soul here. No, just going to go for the first aid kit instead. Throws out another smoke. Only got 2 more after that. 1 frag grenade. Only the 1 frag for Nick 101. Only 1 long Kobe frag may be the difference maker here to help out Immunity. Up to 10 kills as P for Potato gets the knockdown onto Solo B. Knight starting to corral this duo. That will do it. Don't need a corral when you can just throw the nade out and take them both out. 6th place for the Chiefs. It all came crashing down towards the end. They didn't get any help from the zone. And it's put them out in 6th. Into the top 5 we go. SYF in the top 5. Name a more iconic duo. I guess you could say Dak and rank tanking's a more iconic duo, though. And I guess you could say Immunity getting 3v1 is also a more iconic duo. They aren't going to get 3v1 this time, though. They're going to go out in 5th position. Shortly following, that's going to be SYF in 4th. As New Genesis and Knights both collapse onto them. Down to the final 3 teams here for game number 6. Knights Esports, Extricity, and New Genesis. And for Extricity and for Niku's this lineup, who performed amazing to finish off last night, over the last 2 games, have continued that trend here with another top 3 place finish to start off tonight. It's going to be Double J versus Hob the Hobo. Double J is going to fall back, though, for Knights. They've got all still 4 alive at the moment. It's 3 for Extricity, 2 for New Genesis. And Extricity are the ones who are sort of moving themselves closer towards New Genesis, which does make it a 3 versus 3. Maybe not a fight they really want to take at the moment. They would prefer to sort of join up with New Genesis and try and take down Knights Esports. But they've got no choice in the matter right now, because Nikos is just moving slowly and slowly towards Foster. He's about to get the jump on him. Foster goes prone, but he doesn't realize how close Nikos is. He just has to peek over. He's completely saved from Hob the Hobo, and Garfield Lol just has to peek right over. Surely spotted him. No, Foster's going to punish Nikos. Gets the knockdown. Can't quite get Sazvi just yet, but Jackie goes down. Sazvi's the last one alive now for Extricity. Can't quite be seen, though, by Foster. Now turns his attention over towards Knights Esports to try and help out Garfield Lol and Hob the Hobo. That's their next fight to take, but Sazvi's actually getting a free rank and a free flank. Oh, never mind. Gets shut down by Cream PTC, who helps out Suspect, who had no idea that he was getting flanked by Sazvi. He comes down to New Genesis and Knights Esports. 3 kills for New Genesis. Knights up to 10. 5 to Cream and 3 to Double J. New Genesis, of course, already outnumbered here. They don't have the numerical advantage. I guess luckily for them, there's no zone advantage at the moment. Both teams inside of the zone. We're now 5 seconds away, though, from Phase 8, and they bloody hope that it goes south, otherwise they are in a lot of trouble. 1-for-1 knockdowns. Foster's going to be eliminated, though. Solo B should be able to get revived by Cream. Double J right onto the tree. Is there any frag grenades? No frag grenades at all for New Genesis, so they can't even really put the frag pressure towards Knights. Ooh, big tap headshot, though, from Hob the Hobo. Makes it a 2 versus 3 once again. Another knockdown. Now it's Solo B. He's going to have to get Cream back up. 1 more smoke left for Hob the Hobo. 2 more for Garfield. Long make it 1 as he throws that one out. They really need to get the second knock. most importantly onto Double J, who's just extremely close right now. But Knights are playing this patiently, not rushing into this scenario. They don't want to be knocked down because Double J and Suspect are split up. And if those two get knocked out, it makes it a 2 versus 2 basically. There will be no chance for Suspect or Double J to get revived here. Cream and Solo B are now also split up. And really any knockdown at this point for Knights will convert into an elimination. New Genesis hold firm together and hold the hobo and Garfield Law at the 32.5-minute mark. But it's patience from Knights and it may work out best for them. No one-tap knockdown this time though from New Genesis, who are still inside of the zone, but boy, they are going to be on the edge once that blue pushes in. Knights do not want to rush this. Spray from Suspect is able to get the knockdown onto Hob the Hobo underneath the Dacia. Garfield lol. Last one standing for New Genesis. The pressure is mounting. No chance, surely, from here for New Genesis in a 1 versus 4 from this scenario. They just come from everywhere. They clean up. Winner, chicken dinner. Knights Esports with a 13-kill victory in game number 6 here of the PUBG Season 1 BrawlFest Finals. Second place, though, for New Genesis as they come away with 3 kills. Extricity continue their recent surge of form with 4 kills in 3rd position. XYF Gaming on the back of Unique's 5 kills with 6 in 4th position. And Team Immunity make a huge climb towards No Invites with their performance of 10 kills. Of course, No Invites going out in, 3rd last position, 16th spot. That's going to close the gap for Team Immunity and for everyone else. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, it'll be game number 7 of the BrawlFest Season 1 Finals.
It's been so long since I see your face. I'm 1,000 miles away from you. And it's a sad song I've been singing every day. It'll all be over soon. 'Cause I'll be back home tomorrow. And all the sorrow we ever knew will feel like a memory. Something bittersweet. Something we'll hold on to. I'll go crazy without you, baby. I don't know what I do. And time won't change these feelings, baby. Wish I was lying with you. I know it's been a long, long while since I held you. But I'll be back in the morning when you open your eyes. 'Cause I'm going crazy without you, baby. Another night. nothing will hold on to. I go crazy without you, baby. I don't know what I'd do. Time won't change these feelings, make me wish I was lying with you. I know it's been a long, long while since I held you, but I'll be back in the morning when you open your eyes. 'Cause I go crazy without you, baby. Won't last another night. Change your heart. Look around you. Change your heart. But will it stop you? I need your loving like the sunshine. I need your loving. Change your heart. Look around you. Change your heart. But will it stop you? I need your loving. I need your loving. I need your loving. Like the sunshine.
action. Bring the action.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG BrawlFest Season 1 Finals. My name is Xenox. We're into game number 7 now in total. We've got 10 games. So this is essentially what we got. 4 more games, basically. This and 3 more after this. That makes it easy. Right, maths is hard. Knights Esports was the team that came away with the win in game number 6. Of course, we played 5 games last night. We've got 5 tonight. So essentially, it's game number 2 of the night, or 7 in total. Knights Esports in North Georgeport. Once again, we do have our Western Zone this time here for game number 7, rather than the Eastern Zone that we saw in game 6 last game. Flash Eater, though, in Zaki. Looks like the zone has paid off for them. New Genesis in Hospital. The Chiefs over in the Gak fields. Peeper Potato, Critical Motion, Tiggleton, and Edge. They absolutely popped off last game, but unfortunately for them, finished 6th, despite the amount of kills that they racked up. Team Immunity and Pachinki, as usual, were able to gain a huge ground onto no invites after no invites in South Georgia at the moment. Valkyrie Zoid and Cheeses and Extreme fell in 16th position last game, which has meant that Immunity has been able to catch up some of the points. Mr. Jaws with an early knockdown of Vasily. Now, Auxiliaries and Avant usually sharing Yasnaya peacefully. This time that's changed, with Mr. Jaws looking to get the execution onto Vasily. So I'm actually hesitant to click on that and go into Yasnaya and load it all in. But you get the idea. We'll finish him off with a frag grenade, and I sense we'll fall back. Resolves and Chungi, the only 2 actually there in Avant. In Yasnaya, Textiles just southwest of them, so it's Workerfish, in fact, for those 2 teams. 404 in Roshawk, and they've got Tony over in School. Lassie Esports in Apartments. South of them, towards the cliffs, it's Pandemic Esports, although they've left the Yellows for now. They've had a bit of action towards the Yellows so far in the BrawlFest Finals. Over in Military Base, it is SYF Gaming, Unique Flood, American Dak, and Novo. It's We Back with Gen Joker, Juzex, and Woodsy, as well as Galway. The old Dynasty Esports Club lineup, now We Back. Over in Miltabout, Carnage still there. Untainted, Wolf, Sunny, and Deaths won't kill you. And in Milta, it is Justice Esports, although Spaggy's also headed over to Farm. Over in Lipovka, we do have Archaic, and for the Mansion and Prison split, it's the Jukesy Show for Order, and the 3 subs of Bryn, Big Jumbi, and Zidon. Again, as a reminder, the 3 members of Order still in Thailand after their LAN victory. So Jukesy, the only actual Order member, but 3 capable subs in Bryn and Big Jumbi, as well as Xenon. And over in Saverni, it is Extricity with Jackie, Nikus, Assassin, and Savzi. Another strong finish performance from them in game number 6. Finished again in the top 3. That's 3 games in a row now, technically, that they've finished in the top 3. 2 from last night, and then 1 from last game. We'll see how they will go here in game number 7. So 5 more minutes until we head into phase number 2. We've got 5 minutes of the blue zone to make its way in. Start to restrict this play area. Western side zone. We are going to see Extreme 2G make his way over to Everest. Pretty stock standard though for no invites, to be honest. Not a lot of movement from those teams that are obviously in the west. The North Georgia Paul with the Knights Esports, Flash Eater, and Zaki. And down in the hospital with New Genesis. Chiefs though on the move just to the west of Everest. They tend to find that location, the double house setup as well. They may go for a 2-2 split, or they may not. And it's for Team Immunity as well from Pachinki. They'll start to make their way usually south of Everest, around these yellows. Bit of an early fight, actually. Some shots to Garfield Lol in hospital. Would not want to be knocked down. It would force someone back to get the revive. Untainted's going to be knocked down, though, towards Cliffs. Gets caught in rotation from Carnage. Now, Hughesy and Kamsi looking for a second here, but this time it's onto We Back. Spots Gen Joker going up the hill, pulls out the mini. No scope though, even with Gen Joker getting some air, unable to land the knockdown. Only the 3 members for Pandemic this game. There was a couple of players who unfortunately crashed and weren't able to get into this game 7. It is PUBG after all though. You know, I'm not the only one that crashes. Not just me. Okay, from Lipovka though, they're going to long distance to travel. In terms of the best places to try to aim for, I guess, with this sort of zone, it's a bit up in the air. You might see a couple of teams elect to just hold around the Gatka fields, around the edge. A couple of teams may elect to go for the western side coastline if they wish to. There is still a higher chance that it is going to go south rather than north of Georgia Paul. So the odds of it going around Zaki or North Georgia Paul, etc. are quite slim. So expect to see Flash here to make their way down south, and possibly for Knights Esports to maybe just hang around Georgia Paul Bridge. They can just then make their way slowly. If it does go south, if it does go north though, then they can start to separate back up north and find the best spot for them. As Zoidmate finally comes to join Extreme 2G on top of over a standard play for them. Jesus and Valkyrie will play over in South Georgia Paul. So 2-2 split for no invites. And for the Chiefs, interesting to not see any sort of split from them. Kasuna and Nikwanawa has actually stolen the doubles from the Chiefs. It's their usual holding location. And then they've also got Sweet Soul and Kozzy at the cement block of the towers. Ace Gun's going to be finished off by Kamsi down towards Cliffs. It's still Pandemic who are putting the pressure on these rotating teams down south. Player 4's now going to be knocked down by Hughesy and eliminated quickly afterwards. So a bit of an offensive style here from Pandemic, knowing that they're going to have teams rotating. That Jeep looks like it was actually about to blow up, but it's not. It's just the exhaust from Spaggies as he's on the move for Justice Esports. Obviously now starting to avoid almost the roadblock that Pandemic Esports has set up towards the cliff. Looks like Archaic are going to be the next team in line to make their way down past Pandemic, and it's just worked out beautifully for them to start this game. 3 kills for Hughesy, 3 in total for Pandemic. They've got really not much to lose this game. They're only playing with the 3 players. And Rafi's making his way, the next group of players to come past the Pandemic roadblock that they've set up. We'll put the music away, though. As we are actually at the 10-minute mark. Don't usually let it go that long. That's okay. Now here comes Rafi. Landing at least one shot there from Hughesy to get the tag. Okay, he's going to come out looking for the spray, but Rafi's able to get above the hill and away from Hughesy, but not too far away from him. He'll just pull up shop at the cliffs at the moment, which is going to keep him penned down. It may actually have been better to just continue on. Frag's going to go out from Hughesy. The rest of Archaic, though, in Debali and Non-Reg have gone north. They may swing back, though, and try and pin in Pandemic. Somatic's coming in along the coastline. And Archaic may look to take this fight, even though it's inside of the blue. It is only the first phase. It's not like they're going to be taking that much damage. Now Somatic's been spotted, but he's on the bike. This will be a tough shot from Kamsi. Unable to land it. Every time I'm spectating the players and they take those sort of shots, they just never seem capable of landing it. But boy, if I'm not spectating, then they will land it, and I'll get told about it, and I'll say, Xenox, why didn't you spec me? I'll say, because when I do, no one actually lands it. So 12 more seconds until phase number 2. Pandemic has got Rafi just pinned in to a corner right now. I don't sense he's going to be able to get out of there unless he gets some help from behind by the rest of his team. Non-Reg and Debali and Somatic just sitting tight at the moment and just wondering what's the game plan here. We are going to get our zone. Oh, never mind. It does go north. I thought it was going to go south. It was more likely to go south. It changes things up a little bit. And as I mentioned with Knights Esports, they were just hanging around, just sort of staying close to that Georgia Paul bridge, that if it did go south, they would immediately be able to go down. But now they split up. Now they'll be looking for the best spot to go up north. It works out great for Flash Eater and for Avant Gaming and Extricity as well, who are all part of that northern team sides above the north of the Rozhok River, and immediately coming down at first, Extreme 2G, Zoidmate on the move, along with the rest of No Invites, the Chiefs and the Team Immunity, all just trying to get over this Georgia Paul short bridge. And Avant Gaming are sort of keeping an eye on it. They're close by. Extreme 2G with the bait. Wow, Textar, you got to reload that AK, buddy. He does have the 6X on the M16 if he wants to go for a couple of taps onto Extreme. As he watches P4 Potato and Tiggleton come by. Now the spray will come out. Potato on the bike, though, moving it very high speeds. And finally, Raffi actually is going to be the one who's knocked down on the cliffs. It looks like that battle is going to be over for Raffi. And the rest of Archaic are just going to have to push forward. They're going to have to get up north now. As Textile will look to regroup with Jungian results for Avant Gaming. 12.5 minutes gone here. Game number 7 of the PUBG BrawlFest Season 1 Finals. $2,000 on the line. Grunt Rebellion will get the execution onto Solo B's. P for Potato goes past. He's actually going to stop as well for the Chiefs here. And we'll push up onto the compound that Flesh Eater Grunt Rebellion has currently got occupied. But Pod X12 and Zoo Table aren't close by for Flesh Eater. And the amount of teams that have already rotated now up into this north side of the Roshok River, north side of Georgia Paul, because of this zone, is staggering. Genesis are also going to get a crate up towards the northwest. Nick 101 around the fields of North Georgia Paul. P4 Potato's just going to wait patiently, though, and just pray that Critical Motion and the rest of the Chiefs can get by and get over there safely. Now just going past Extricity, but Critical Motion, with just a quick glance over to them, is able to just continue to go on by safely, but how much longer is that safety going to last? Because he's about to rock up straight past under the rock of Assassin, and Savsy spray will come out. Boy, that didn't take long at all. Critical Motion knocked out and will be finished off. So the Chiefs lose one early here and unable to get off to the start that they had in game number 6. Here in game number 7, the rest of the Chiefs, they've got Edge and Tiggleton far on the north side, even over the road. They do need to come down south, though. Again, a reminder for those who want to see the standings and the leaderboards, exclamation mark leaderboard. Keep you up to date there. For all of the standings, all of no invites have now grouped up close by to 404. It's the Master and Apprentice between those two teams. We still do have a couple of teams inside of the blue at the moment. Long rotations. Instead of going through the Georgia Paul bridges, they're going to go for the Rollshawk bridges. Just want SYF Gaming in order, and unless the esports have done, and Pandemic will most likely do the same thing, along with Archaic's trio of Somatic, Non-Reg, and Debalian. The longer this game goes on for Pandemic, regardless of losing a player, they will have at least an opportunity with 3 players alive towards the, the 25-minute mark. That 3 players is fine. By that point, a lot of teams will have already bowed out, and most of them will have been wounded as well by losing a player or two. There is only the one team inside of North Georgia Paul at the moment, and that's going to be We Back. Avant will just continue to hold Georgia Paul Bridge, or the short one, short bridge. Carnage actually just going to hold it still on the south side of the Roshok River, as Souls does get a headshot knocked down onto Carnage, as Deaths won't kill you. They will have to make their way across. I guess there is still enough land down on the south side that it could hard shift down south, and I don't think that'll happen, but who knows? It's not going to happen, though. It's going to be centrally north, but it is slightly north, but still centrally. Not a lot of movement, I sense, will come here for phase number 3. Not sure why I'm looking at the ground here. There's Savsy and Assassin for Extricity. The 2-2 split with Jackie and Nick, who's just south of them inside of the compound. It's a good split at the moment for Extricity. Edge and Tiggleton are going to come down. It looks like P4 Potato, a couple of shots from him. He's going to start to push in onto Grunt Rebellion. He's got the numbers coming, and that's going to be from Edge and Tiggleton, just trying to scare him off at the moment. But Flesh Eater's Grunt Rebellion, not going to be too easily scared. We'll just hold the angle, play this one defensively. All hugs, eliminated by Merrick. They're at the 16-minute mark. 18 teams, 57 alive. Coming up the stairs, P4 Potato. Quick knockdown. It is P4 Potato after all, and the Chiefs will claim the compound for themselves as Archaic have been eliminated. They're at 18th position. First team out is Extreme 2G, was the one who picked up the execution onto Non-Reg. 2 kills now for no invites. Looking to make amends for their Game 6 performance where they went out in 16th position. They definitely will want to do better than that, because if they don't do better than that, then immunity will be right on their tail. And really coming into tonight, no invites, really just sort of had to have an average night, I guess, and just be consistently good around that top 5, top 6 mark, and they would have been fine. But a performance like a 16th place finish is just not to their standards. It's not what they needed to hold that sort of lead that they had coming into tonight, which was about 2,000 points over Immunity. And Immunity's performance in Game 6 was well and truly enough to get them climbing up closer towards No invites. SYF, a couple of shots towards Jamesy TV. They've already picked up 2 kills, and they're going to make that 3. And that will eliminate Lessie Esports in 17th position. 3 kills for SYF. They're not done yet. Looking for another knockdown onto Carnage from Dak. Unable to land it there with the 8x on the Mini 14. So a minute and 20 seconds now until the next zone's going to commence for phase number 4, which of course does have the land ratio setting, so it is going to move away from Georgia Pool. At least that's what you would think. So 18-minute mark now. Over in the North Georgia Pool, Winkfields, New Genesis holds in the northwest side. As Carnage has finally made their way over. They're going to have Pandemic rotating past them, but it's only the duo of Husey and Kamsi. Big boy Macca going to be knocked out of that rotation for Pandemic, so that means they'll be just down to Husey and Kamsi now. It's going to have to be a short pit stop for Husey. Blue Zone's approaching 30 seconds until phase number 4 now. Big boy Macca has been eliminated. For Husey, he's already lost the tire here. Oh, he's in trouble. He's made a mistake. He didn't realize the angle that Carnage had on him, and he's going to get punished for it. Kamsi will be able to get across the river, stay alive for Pandemic, and just look for placing points because they've already gotten the 4 kills. It is 35 points a kill, so really for Pandemic now it's just to try and see if Kamsi can hold out for as long as possible and get a decent placing for his team. As we will be now heading into phase number 4. Probably central here, and it is, but it's slightly over to the west. Helps out the Chiefs, who are down to 3 after losing critical motion in that earlier rotation. Electricity did lose Samsi. Still got Jackie, Assassin, and Nick, who's all still up, though. So far, an 8-3 streak of finishing inside of the top 3. Can they make it 4 in a row of finishing inside of the top 3 to give them a huge opportunity to finish inside of the top 4, finish inside of the money? So order on the north side, Team Immunity on that northeastern side. A couple of teams on the outskirts, but they're all on the eastern side, which means it is going to be a bit of a logjam as they start to come inside of this next phase 4 zone. When the blue zone's going to start to restrict the player out in 10 seconds. Justice, SYF, no invites, 404. Carnage, all going to have to push in via the eastern side unless they want to go for a massive wrap along to the western side. But you don't really want to be coming in via the west. And it's proven right here by the Chiefs. They've got an entire field of view over that field, ironically, of that western side. So the Chiefs are looking quite strongly placed at the moment. It is still a possible chance, though, if teams do want to make that sort of push from the east, but it's a long rotation. Regardless, it's going to be coming to a head here shortly on the eastern side. Chungi's actually going to be knocked down on the south side by Cream PTC, rotating in 404 into North Georgia Pool at the moment, which does still have a couple of buildings in play. We back controlling those buildings, though, along with auxiliaries. Those apartment buildings still in, no invites. They've got Wolf FPV pushing past for Carnage, as well as Sunny. That's won't kill you, still up ahead, though. Shot into Extreme 2G. Just chunks him a little bit. Spanky's going to be eliminated by Cozzy. Deps goes down, though. His shots coming from Electricity as well, putting the pressure onto Carnage, as well as no invite. Sunny gets knocked down. That's from Jackie. Not sure if he can spot Wolf, though, behind the burnt wreck of the Dacia. He is prone at the moment, still alive for Carnage on top of the hill. It is no invites, but they're getting pushed in as well from a distance of Team Immunity picking up the kills. Zoidmate's going to be knocked down. They've already lost Valkyrie at Extreme 2G, and Jesus are the last 2 standing. No invites are on the verge of possibly going out early once again. It would be disastrous. "21.5 minutes has transpired here. Game number 7. And it comes down to just Extreme 2G and Cheeses once again at around the 20-minute mark. No invites. Have only got 2 alive. Last time it was Extreme and Valkyrie. This time it's Extreme and Cheeses. They are starting to throw away that lead, and really in hopes that they need Team Immunity to start to squander here their chance of being able to come back with a bit of help from Order. They got a knockdown onto Nick Quarter1. And Cozzy and Sweet Soul are vastly separated from each other, and they may just about be the last 2 standing. Don't sense Nick Quarter1's going to get the revive here from Sweet Soul, although he may just in time. Nope, never mind. Zidon will finish off Nick Quarter1. And Order make their presence known here on the north side as they get amongst the action. 3 kills now for Order. And they're putting the pressure onto SYF Gaming. One from Jukesy, Zydon, and Big Jumpy at the moment. SYF still just trying to find a way in on this eastern side. And as I mentioned, it was always going to be a bloodbath for those eastern side teams trying to just make their way in. It's actually staggering that SYF Gaming have got all 4 still alive. They have just sort of been the team that hasn't been spotted yet. We've seen No Invites get punished, Carnage get punished, and a couple of others. Now Immunity's getting punished as well. SYF are just that last team to finally get punished here. Dak's going to be knocked down. Flood, Merrick's already gone. Unique, the last one alive. But boy, are they going to get heavily punished here. It's going to be a 15th place finish for SYF Gaming. That is not like them at all. And Electricity up to 5 kills now. Definitely in the best place at the best time to make use of that situation of teams on that eastern side having to push in under pressure. 23 minutes gone into the phase 5 we go, and it goes south, which does allow We Back and Auxiliaries to still hold on to their apartment buildings at the edge of North Georgia Paul as Zach is being finished off. Jukesy gets a knockdown onto Cozzy. Sweet Soul is the last remaining member for Team Immunity. And all their good work in game number 6 and the catch-up that they made onto No Invites may just go down the drain. They really may just be out lose that gap that they really created on No Invites because Extreme 2G and Cheeses are both still alive. And while Extreme is alive, anything can happen. "24 minutes gone. 14 teams, 36 alive. Flash Eater, Zoo Table, and Plotix 12 still inside of the zone and alive. The 1 kill for them so far. There is a crate close by, but it's a risky play to go and get that crate. They just don't have the information to be able to go for it. They may not even have the information of the crate even being there. As Avant Gaming start to rotate down south towards the Wizzy Tower on the outskirts of North Georgia Ball. Kamsi finally spotted. 14th place finish for Pandemic. That kill is going to go to Jesus. Texel has been knocked down. Results is close there, though, to get the revive. Now, Assassin's going to be knocked down as well. So the push is going to come between Order and Electricity here. Nikus gets the knockdown onto Jukesy. 1-for-1 trade between the two teams. As Big Jumby not going to spot Nikus, though, on top of the tree right now. Zydon's going to go for the flank in front, but I think Nikus has spotted him. Now goes for the spray onto Zydon, and boy, is he proficient. Nikus is getting the job done against Order once again. It's deja vu for Order's lineup of this sub lineup. The frag grenade kill execution onto Zydon. It's brutal, but it's clean. And Big Jumpy is going to die because of the fact that Bryn dies to Garfield. Lol. Order out in 13th position. In 12th goes Team 404. And Electricity are up to 8 kills. They get Assassin back up, and they've got 3 still standing. Which at the 25-minute mark, 3 alive is still a decent numerical advantage against the majority of teams. Or at least it makes it even against the majority of the teams who don't really have 4 at this point. Hunter Hobo knocked down. And honestly, he should just be left for dead. The Blue Zone's approaching 30 seconds until phase number 6. That's a risky play from IDK here to go for this revive, or at least just maybe take whatever meds he's got. They're just wasting time if they're going to pull out of this, and I think they will. It's just a waste of time. It's a waste of meds, and it's a waste of being able to get position and get ready for the next fight. And he's taken 30 damage as well from that. And that means Electricity have been able to set up. Now they can wait for New Genesis to come forth and come forward towards their doom that's about to commence. M249 in hand, though, for IDKs. Their best opportunity here for New Genesis to turn the tables against Electricity. Frags are going to come out from Jackie. Spots him jumping. The spray now with the M249. But it was Jackie with the frag grenade that actually got Foster in behind IDK. They're all sitting close to each other. Not going to be able to land any shots towards Nikus. And Nikus and Jackie combine. They wipe out New Genesis. And Electricity are up to 11 kills now. 6 to Nikus. I hope he's not going to bed after this one. They're into the top 10. And they are continuing to just be the informed team right now here in the finals. Jesus knocked down. It's down to Extreme 2G for No Invites. Almost 27 minutes has now transpired, and Sweet Soul is extremely close to Extreme 2G. He would have to just look down to his left, and surely he would see him. Either way, he knows he's there now. This is going to give Sweet Soul the high ground advantage, but he was not quick enough to react. And when Extreme 2G is shooting at, you need to be quick. Now it's Extreme who's being shot at by Suspect. Just throws out the smoke, but he knows his new position that he's just shuffled to has got him out of the sight lines of Suspect from Knights Esports. Extreme 2G holds on. 5 kills for no invites. Again, it's 35 points a kill, so they are getting the points tallying up here for no invites. Falls back, actually, the tree that Sweet Soul died at. 9 teams, 21 alive. 27.5 minutes gone. Chiefs still with 3 alive. As the Vant are out in 9th position. Down on that south side. Which is really where Knights Esports has been controlling that southeastern side. Guru and Fury both still alive for Justice Esports, by the way. It almost looks like there's five players down here for Justice or Knights, but no. You know, their colours are just very similar, both with an Aqua logo. And Extreme 2G finally going to go down. 8th position for no invites, a lot better than 16th. They doubled up here in game number 7, but it's Extricity who just continue to climb up the leaderboards, climb up the rankings. 12 kills now for this Extricity lineup, which has been working out really well since being put together with Assassin joining the team. They got a good sub as well in Costenza. Jackie Nikus has just been popping off right now in the finals. 28.5 minutes gone. 7 teams, 19 alive. And we come down to this finish again. A lot of blue teams here with Extricity, Fury, Knights, Chiefs, Flash Eater inside of the top 7 as well. We back and Auxiliaries. Quite a few teams that you don't necessarily all have together at once inside of a top 7. Really, the Chiefs and possibly Extricity are the 2 standout teams right now. Quite a lot of the standout teams going out early. The likes of Avant, no invites. And even with the 3 subs Order as well, the subs that Order have are extremely capable players. As Auxiliaries are going to be finished off in 7th position. Next zone over the north does favour the Chiefs, but you can see the downside here for the Chiefs. They're sort of in a crater. They're down below this massive defilade. In essence, I actually think this maybe favours Extricity more so than the Chiefs. It will be difficult, though, for the Chiefs to be really written off here by other teams to come down and eliminate them, but it's also going to be difficult for Chiefs to get kills from this position, and it'll be a lot easier for Extricity, who has that high ground advantage. As Podex 12 with a knockdown on to Galway here. Podex 12 is going to be re-knocked back down, though, in a 1-for-1 trade, and the revive is going to come out onto Woodsy 8-3-2 from Juice X. No movement at all from Zoo Table to try and either go for the revive on a Podex 12 or to finish off. We back may have had the opportunity to do so if he had been slightly more aggressive, but Flesh Eater are a team that is defensive. They don't fight unless they have to. Does see the shot come out from Juice X, but he's about to turn around and spot Cream PTC. The rest of Knights don't take the shot. He does get the knockdown, but unfortunately coming in right behind him was Suspect and Double J. They will finish off Flesh Eater in 6th position. We back may not be that far behind, though, as the knockdowns do commence. It's Galway's the last one alive for We Back. They are up to 6 kills. I don't sense that they're going to be able to survive that much longer, though. They will be, rest of his team will be finished off by Knights Esports, who will be up to 9 kills now once Juice X is eliminated. It's going to be difficult here for Galway. Guru still holds on for Justice Esports, though, in falling in behind Knights Esports. So 3 for Extricity, 3 for Knights, 1 for both We Back and for Justice, and then 3 for the Chiefs, who have been quiet. Just the 2 kills for them this game. Obviously, they had a lot of kills last game, but it was the 6th place finish that let them down. This time, they'll get a high place finish, but the kills will let them down. But it's because of the location that they're in that we're just never going to be able to get easy kills from this spot. They're just down in this crater. And finally, Galway is going to be spotted 5th position for We Back. Now, the Chiefs can spot a couple of players. That's from Knights Esports in their field of view at the moment. Guru actually was spotted by Jackie, so it's 4th position for Justice Esports. One of the final 3 teams. And 3 different shades of blue. 13 kills for Extricity. Just the 2 kills for the Chiefs. And 10 kills for Knights Esports. But the kills don't matter at this scenario. It's a 3 versus 3 versus 3. And when it's the Chiefs are involved with Tiggleton, Potato, and Edge, they are as formidable as any team in the competition. That is for sure. They've got a massive chance at the moment. They do have the next zone, though, which will force Extricity and Knights to actually make their way down to the Chiefs. They're getting quite fortunate here because if that zone had to push down to the south, the Chiefs would have had to make their way out of this crater region, or, sort of up this massive defilade, and that would have been slow and painful and leaving them out into the open. Now they can just wait for the others to come down. And when they do come down, they will be out into the open. It will allow the Chiefs to sort of just rain down upon them. But it is going to be Electricity moving towards Knights Esports, and they don't want to push down just yet. They want at least second position from here. And Electricity is a team that frags, and they frag hard. Assassin leads the way. Double J knocked down. Suspect's going to be knocked down there by Edge. Third party onto Knights. It's unfortunate that they're going to be the team that gets pinned down by both angles. Cream inside of the smoke. Assassin throws his own smoke out because he knows that the Chiefs have got that angle there. Quick little hit fire spray into the smoke. How did that not land? I thought it was close by. It doesn't matter. Jackie will just spray in as well. Cream will go down, and Knights in third position. 16 kills for Electricity as they move forward to their final challenge. It's the Chiefs. Wow, massive chunk though onto Assassin, down to just 2 health. He's got to just pop the first aid kit inside the smokes, and he's also behind the tree as well for cover. But 23 seconds time until phase number 9. And they're just going to have to make their way down. They do have trees. Edges up close onto the rock. Gets the spray onto Jackie. Goes down quite quickly. Able to land it. But Nikus is actually still staying inside of the blue. He does get knocked down by Tiggleton. Assassin. Last word of light for Electricity. But it's just too difficult from this position. Will be able to get inside of the zone. But Edge from behind the rock needs to get this knockdown to make it a 1 versus 2. If he can't get the knockdown against Edge, it's all over. We'll get P for Potato at the very least. Goes prone. One more bullet will do it. But a frag grenade from Tiggleton. The flexer will flex all over Electricity. With the frag grenade to end it, it's a 5-kill win for the Chiefs. They got all of their kills in game number 6, but this time they get the chicken dinner here in game number 7. Three kills with Tiggleton, the flexer. Coming in fresh off those exams and helps the Chiefs get the win. Second place for Electricity, and Nikus continues to just rack up the kills. 7 for him, 5 to Assassin, and 4 to Jackie. In third position, we had Knights Esports as well. 5 to Double J, 3 to Cream. They had 10 kills to their name. In fourth, it was Justice with 0 kills. And in fifth place, We Back with 6 kills to their name as well. That was game 7, done and dusted. Ladies and gentlemen, we got 3 more games to bring you here for the PUBG BrawlFest Season 1 Finals. $2,000 up for grabs. $2,000 on the line as the Chiefs try and make a desperate climb back up the leaderboard. We'll be back after the break.
see the end of this. Just wanna feel your kiss against my lips. And now all this time is passing by, but I still can't seem to tell you why. It hurts me every time I see you. Realize how much I need you. I hate you, I love you, I hate that I love you. Don't want you, but I can't put nobody else above you. I hate you, I love you, I hate that I want you. You want her, you need her, and I might as well be her. She's the only girl you've ever seen. You don't care, you never did. You don't give a damn about me. Yeah, hold on, I'll watch you watch her. She's the only thing you ever see. I guess you should never notice that you were slowly killing me. I hate you, I love you, I hate that I love you. Don't want you, but I can't put nobody else above you. I hate you, I love you, I hate that I want you. You want her, you need her, and I might as well be her.
Stuck in photographs is where we left your heart. 'Cause you didn't want to try. Now you're crawling back at someone who is in the picture. But you're too late to change my mind. And even if you're back in there, we're bending pieces. Siento for you and me. I thought you said you'd be okay. You could take yourself to church and pray in the car. Find a way to fit you in my life when you've already faded to gray. I don't know what's going on. It's got you listening. Don't see an invitation. You ain't got a chance. I don't know what's going on. 'Cause you let me walk away. Fixing up all my pain. I ain't coming back.
the only one I see, yeah. You're the only one, oh, yeah. Our love is a balloon, our love is a balloon, our love is a balloon. Our love is a balloon, our love is a balloon, our love is a balloon, yeah, yeah. I can take you to a place that you've never been before. I could tell by your face that you'll be begging me for more. I got money, you got time, so let's spend it happily. Call me honey as you shine your gorgeous eyes on me, on me, on me, on me, on me, on me.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We head into game number 8 of the PUBG BrawlFest Season 1 Finals. My name is Xenox. Hope you've been enjoying the action that we've brought you here tonight. With our 18 teams that qualified over the various weeks, each week, to make it here, to battle it out. And Husey and the rest of Pandemic decided to go Zaki this game. Maybe a bit of revenge onto Flesh Eater, who had been dropping on them last night at the cliffs. And this time now they've dropped on Flesh Eater at Zaki. Before we get into this game though, I just want to make a further announcement, or not an announcement, but a reminder about the GLL Wingman Series coming to the Oceanic region. $5,000 up for grabs. Qualifiers will start on the 18th of November, where the top 40 teams will battle it out on all maps to qualify to the next stages. For more information, you can head to the GLL website, Twitter, BrawlFest, Twitter as well, or the BrawlFest or GLL Discord for all more further inquiries about the tournament that's coming up for GLL Wingman here in the Oceanic region. Well, let's get over to Saki though, shall we? Red dot on a pistol. Don't see that too often here from Kamzi. Take a bit of damage from Tyler. I guess at this point, it's probably too far back for Pandemic or Flesh Eater to get inside of the money regardless. Grunt Rebellion just on the outside of this. Pandemic, though, have got Grunt surrounded at the moment. They've spotted Tyler here from Big Boy Mac with the UMP. Some early game action here at Zaki. Don't see this too often at all. Nice little jump spray from Big Boy Mac. 2 kills for Pandemic now. On to Flesh Eater. Podex 12 trying to come back here. Grunt Rebellion, I think, has just forced his way upstairs now where he's been up there the whole time. UMP 9 knocked down again. The UMP is just powerful here against Flesh Eater. Podex 12 remains as the sole survivor for Flesh Eater. He'll make it away in his buggy to live to fight another day at the very least for his team in green. Over towards North Georgia, Paul. It is Knights Esports. As per usual in South Georgia in the crates. No invites. We have New Genesis around the hospital region, which hasn't loaded in yet. Doing a bit of a flyby here. Change things up a little bit. And of course the Chiefs in the Gatka fields. As per usual, Tiggleton, Critical Motion, Edge, and P4 Potato Auxiliaries just south behind them. See actually some shots happening down here. Not sure why Non-Reg is all the way down here for Archaic. They've actually changed things up a little bit from Lipovka down to Ferry Pier. No one around Cliffs as SYF are in the military base. We're back in Novo. Justice Esports in Milta. Carnage in Milton Power. And over in Mansion and Prison, it's Jukesy and the subs. For Bryn, Big Jumbi, Zydon as the subs for Jukesy and Order. Lassie Esports and Apartments 404 in Rossok. Vite Gaming and Yazdai Poliana. And Team Immunity, of course, from Pachinkiolo. Kazun and Sweet Souls already headed over west into the zone. And for Extricity, again, they've continued their trend of being inside of the top 3. Reverend Saverni and Jackie in shooting range. Niku's Assassin and Sabzi looking to now make it 4 games in a row. If they can get into the top 3 once again. Having a look at the scoreboard, Extricity are the team that's catching up the most to no invites at the moment. Although I think we are still waiting on some scores to be entered. Regardless, Extricity and Knights Esports find themselves into the top 4 at the moment. No invites still leading the way though. That's why Gaming on the move. Non-Ranch going to fire a few shots here with the M16. Not even landing a single one, though. Not as if he's also made of 5.56 at the moment. Compound for Archaic has been achieved. Sunny's going to be finished off by X-Guru down towards the Milton region, the south of Farmers. We back, we're coming over the bridge. I don't know, still just trying to see if we can get anything to happen there against SYF, but not going to happen. We'll put the tunes away. We are now 8 minutes here into game number 8, the third last game of the BrawlFest Season 1 Finals. Again, a reminder, $100 for the top fragger as well. So for the individuals, there's still something to also play for, even if maybe the team is out of the question for making it into the money. $1,000 for first place, $500 for second. I believe it's about, I can't remember how much it was for third and fourth. I think it was about $350 and then $150 if I remember correctly. Garfield Lol runs home for Garfield Lol from New Genesis. Bit of spraying them from 404 towards Lassie Esports. Unable to get any to land though. Zach No Mercy, Tiny and Firefall for 404. Definitely a team that loves the confrontation. I mean, they're complete polar opposite to a team like Flesh Eater, who, when the game is in the mid sections of the game, besides really just sort of hot dropping on teams, they do play quite defensively, whereas 404 are more than happy to take fights, even if they're at a disadvantage. They'll still put themselves up to the task. No invites have come all the way down now to the Gatka Fields. Chiefs have moved even further south of the Gatka Fields. They did lose Tiggleton though. Critical motion, pivot potato, edge. Unable to land any shots onto Spaggy as he rotates by for Justice Esports towards Fury. Just near the trenches of the Gatka Fields for Justice Esports. Textile and Resolves. Close by to each other for Avant Gaming as Vasily comes in. Chungi a long way away. In fact, he's over towards Potato Hill. And at the yellows at the moment is We Back. There's okay. Make their way out of Ferry Pier. Chiefs just watching a lot of teams rotate past them, and as usual with these western zone circles with around the Gatka Field, it is going to be slow for the first proceedings of the match. There's 1 more minute until phase number 2 now, but it's quite normal to see teams not really engage in these close combat fights in phase 1 around the Gatka Fields. You'll see these long-range engagement shots that are landing from a distance just to sort of pepper teams, make them use their medical supplies. But it's not until probably around phase 3 or 4 that we will see more close quarter combat start to commence. There is still plenty of buildings available for teams to maneuver to and find themselves holed up in for now. As Lassie Esports have done just that, along with no invites. Zoidmate though close by to Foster and already came by himself. If he does get knocked down, he will be eliminated shortly afterwards. He does have to be careful. No one else close by from no invites. So almost 10 seconds away now until phase number 2. There is still half of Sosnovka Island in play, but I don't sense we will see a Sosnovka Island finish with this sort of zone. Most likely Central. And not actually likely at all. It does go down to the southwest. Keeps Primorsk, Very Pier, Quarry in play. And it does mean it's going to shift the proceedings towards the Quarry region of the map rather than the Gatka Fields. Does change things up now dramatically. Chiefs are on the move as Chuggy's just trying to get towards Textile Resolves. Vasily have actually got a well-spread lineup inside of the middle of this now phase 2 zone. Justice Esports on the move as well. They once had a great spot if it was going to be Gatka Fields. Now they have to move. Really no team besides Avant were as maybe actually auxiliaries were well set up for this sort of zone. And SYF Gaming down on the south side are able to now transition to south of Quarry as well. So maybe about 3 teams benefited from this Quarry push here for phase number 2. As Wolf is going to be eliminated by Juice X from We Back. Side on the move, but Jukesy and Bryn stay behind. QZ eliminated as well. Bleeds out to Double J. So phase 2 causing a lot of rotations, considering if it had have gone central, we probably wouldn't have seen a whole lot of rotations at all. In fact, if it was central for phase 2, Gaka Fields, everyone was already well placed. Now it's shifted over to the west though. That's changed things up for a lot of teams. As I mentioned before, only about 3 teams really benefited out of 18 for this quarry push. And that's why we're seeing quite a few players sort of just get tagged and knocked down and then eliminated. Zach and now Justo91 as well for Lessig Esports. Zach will be finished off by Kasun here. So now 2 kills for Team Immunity. We really need to sort of bridge the gap against Extricity and Knights Esports, who have really just jumped them at the moment. Firefall and Tony both knocked down as well. They've just been caught from about 3-4 different teams. Unfortunately, on rotation, it's difficult at this point coming in from the eastern side. If you were able to somehow rotate all the way north and then coming in from the west, it would have been a lot quieter, and that's sort of what Extricity's been able to do. But Crush apparently has been run over by No Mercy as he goes out in the ball of flames. They do go out in the last position for Team 404, but he takes Crush with him. 2 kills for SYF, but they do lose a member here. They have Big Jumbi just south of them, just on the outskirts of Primorsk, as they loot up on Crush's body. So 14 minutes gone here. Game number 8 of the finals. Game number 3 tonight. Of 5, of course, tonight. 10 in total. We had 5 last night. No Invite's still actually just very much happy to just sit on the northern side of the Gaka Fields, which is fine. There's not really any teams there. They're not under any pressure. They can just sort of peg a few teams that are below them, south of them, like Avant Gaming. Possibly then even New Genesis at some point, which is just north of Quarry. So they can just sort of slowly start to push in, pick off teams one at a time. They've got no one coming in from behind them. There's no pressure at the moment either from the blue zone. So no rush from No Invites at the moment. They're looking strong. 30 seconds until phase number 3. The Chiefs, though, they do have Wee back behind them, and then just below them is Carnage. The duo that's remaining, Death Won't Kill You and Untainted. They've only got the 1 kill so far, but they lost Wolf and Sunny. Obviously for the Chiefs, losing Tiggleton early on. Not ideal at all, but the team full of fraggers, Critical Motion, Edge, both known for being able to pick up quite a high number of kills. P for Potato can go off at times as well, but not as known for that side of the game compared to his teammates. Phase number 3 commences, goes down south again, and Primorsk stays completely intact, which is massive for Jukesy's order lineup, and also nice for Extricity's Nikus and Assassin, which lost Jackie and Savzi. They can play it safe and just move in slowly through Primorsk. And all those teams down that northern side are going to have to make their way down south. And now it actually turns the tables against No Invites, where if it was going to go north, they would have been the favoured team. Now they're the disfavoured team. But they're going to go for a long rotation and make it a slow rotation as well, with that as Spanky and Guru both having a bit of a fall and a bad position to do so as well. Vasili's going to pick the run over kill over Guru. First kill of the game for Avant Gaming. Beefy Potato knocked down though from Kossi. As I mentioned, a lot of teams on the rotation here now for 3 separate phases, which has meant we're seeing a lot of teams being picked apart one by one. New Genesis, though, being picked apart all 4 at once by Knights Esports as they are eliminated in 17th position. But with the amount of rotations that we've seen, not only from phase 1, but now from phase 2 and from phase 3, a lot of teams are suffering. They've only got maybe 3 or 2 players left alive. So the teams that have got 4 alive going into around the 20-minute mark, going into phase 4, are going to have a very strong numerical advantage if they can keep all 4 intact. Edge, the last one alive for the Chiefs. They've made a good run of things here tonight for the second night of the finals, but now that run is ending. We've still got 16 teams, but only 45 alive. Edge, the last one for the Chiefs. And he's got to be careful when he's jumping up and down inside of the shack. He is inside of the zone. But for how much longer? And really just to his west, he's got Archaic. And towards his east, he's got Team Immunity. The 2 teams in grey looking to grey him out of this one. 3 kills for Immunity now. 1 apiece, except for Nick 101. Still holding the compound on the northern side is Auxiliaries. They do have 3 kills on their name. 2 to Mr. Jaws, 1 to Bonk Sour. But most importantly, they've got 4 alive. When they will eventually have to come out of that compound, that's the thing that they will have, is that advantage. Ponex 12 finally eliminated from Flesh Eaters. unfortunate result up in Zaki against Pandemic Esports, who are still alive, but they've only got Big Boy Maka and Kamzi as the two remaining players left alive for Pandemic. 1 more minute until phase number 4 now. The blue zone starts to restrict that play area. Kamzi just running into a... running down the cliff, I should say. So Weeback pushing in towards Fury's position, and Fury's just... really, all he could do is just hold inside of the bathroom at the moment and play safe and hope everyone just passes him. 18.5 minutes gone. 30 seconds now until phase number 4. SYF still with 3. They do hold a very open position at the moment. So 5 more seconds. Oh, no, I should say 10 more seconds. Miscalculated that one. Stream2G and Zoidmate now inside of Primos. They do still have all 4 alive, though, for no invites. It's taken them a long rotation. And it does finally shift away, of course, from the water. That was always going to be known. It could have shifted a bit more to the west, but it was always going to shift up to the north, regardless. Now Edge is on the move immediately. On the bike he goes. And he is going to be an open target for just about everyone as he goes past both Immunity and Archaic. Now we'll be close by to Auxiliaries. Don't think he's going to make it any further than that, and Edge will take a tumble out of the game. 15th position for the Chiefs. Auxiliary is the cause of that, but they don't get the kill. And of course, this does keep Archaic's compound still in the zone, but it's perfect for Weeback it. It's perfect for Auxiliaries. Fury's going to go down for Justice Esports, which now just leaves Player 4 as the last one alive. I actually thought Fury was the last one alive, but Player's still in here. Still hanging around. Kasun's going to go down to Somatic, though, as it looks like on the beach, it's Immunity trying to battle against Archaic and gain the location compound for themselves. Sweet Soul just trying to see what he can spot here without peeking too hard. That Archaic will be able to spot him. Silencer on the M416. Does spot Somatic. Unable to land any shots, though. Nick101 and Kelsey both a bit further back. They've only lost Kasun. So not only do they not have the numerical advantage, it's not even tied, and they don't even have the positional advantage either. Just 2 of their players still on the outside of this zone. I'll check to see that crate, and it's going to drop pretty close by to Sweet Soul's location. South of Archaic's compound. Valkyrie and Cheeses both knocked down, though. Disaster striking again early here for no invites. And it's again at around that 20-minute mark that they lose 2 and are down to just 2. And again, it's Extreme that's alive, but he's got Zoidmate as his duo partner here. Obviously, Extreme2G getting ready for the Wingman duos. He's been pretty much playing as a duo tonight. With no invites, we've just not had things click for them, although they do get Cheeses back up and alive. And for no invites, they've still got 3 in this. 14 teams, 40 alive. Zoidmate just trying to now fire back. See if he can find Raffi, who is available to get shot at through the head. He does. Took him just 2 taps, and he gets the headshot onto Raffi. Then gets Somatic as well, who is out in the open. Just jumps back in behind the shack. So just trying to cover the window, but he's unable to get him. So just the 1 knockdown. But it's a safe knockdown, really, for Archaic. They will be able to get Raffi back up. It does allow Immunity, though, to sort of move past Archaic. They also get across the road safely. Minute and 10 seconds. Throughout all that, they only lost Kasun. Sweet Soul will rock up. And Immunity have got them all now. Captain Purge, last one alive for Lessie Esports, just holding on in this line of quarry at the moment. Similar situation for Player 4. Defs won't kill you, and Untainted actually about to run into Kamzi and Big Boy Maka here. Question is, will he see him? He surely have seen him now, but he knows he got him a little bit too late there and had to fall back, play that one defensively, and allow Kamzi now to reposition possibly. Throws out the frag grenade. Defs won't kill you. I think his frag grenade's a little bit better. Forces Kamzi away from the tree. Back towards the tree he goes. No more frags for Kamzi. He will actually go, though, for the smoke grenade instead. It's 2v2 battle, but Auxiliaries are actually pushing in from behind against Carnage. So Pandemic can just sort of hold on here for as long as possible. Carnage will be third-partied. Massive battle happening, though, just south of Quarry between SYF and Order. And Zidon picks up the double kill frag grenade onto Unique, and Merrick. Crush has already been eliminated, of course, when he got run over, so it's only Dak that remains. The ranked tanker himself will have to do just that once again. Sit behind that tree and hold on for dear life for as long as possible. Order have got other issues to come now. Knights Esports are going to start to rock up. Zidon's been knocked down, so it's only Breed and Big Jumpy. The 3 subs for Order to try and fend off Knights Esports. And Zidon will be brought back up. Frag grenade from Brent. I'm unable to get the landing knocked out. I did see Carnage were eliminated up on that north side, and it worked out well for Pandemic in the end. Of course, again, a reminder that it's Jukesy and 3 subs for Order tonight. Trying to make that as clear as possible. But Jukesy is part of the team. Now the 3 players still in Thailand after celebrating their victory at the LAN for the Omen qualifiers. Prince just throws out a wild nade, but it's his last one, and it's going to be a wasted one as well. Somatic with the knockdown onto Zidon again, so he's going to start to bleed out quite profusely. They're not sure exactly where Knights are, and they're getting shot at by Archaic, so they're a bit confused at the moment. Here the subs for Order. Big boy Macca and Carbsy now trying to battle with Auxiliaries, who of course have got the numbers advantage against the duo of Pandemic here. M249 though is going to help out to double knockdown frag grenade to save the day from Mr. Jaws to finish off Carmsy, and they will be able to get the revives at least onto 1. Both Mr. Jaws and Twerker are still alive, but it's now 7 kills for Auxiliaries as they clean up both Carnage and Pandemic. 12 teams remain, 33 alive. At the 25-minute mark here of game number 8 of the finals. Avant still sitting inside of Quarry, along with Niku's Assassin, Captain Perch from Lassie Esports, playing 4 on the northern side of Quarry. 1 more minute until phase number 6. Bryn's going to be eliminated. I think this may be the end here for the fake Order lineup. Zidon just pinned behind the tree. Big Jumby's trying to just move away while Zidon just tries to move forward and take them all on at once. At this point, as Jesus has been knocked down by Debali, Archaic just continue to find themselves in fights from a distance. They're not getting up close and personal, but they're getting knockdowns and they're being annoying against other teams. Interesting though, the Knights are actually just pushing off of this and not going to try and follow up to clean up the rest of this Order lineup. 25.5 minutes gone. They still got Zidon and Big Jumpy alive here inside of the top 12. Zomatic on the outside of this Phase 5 zone. 17 seconds, Blue Zone's approaching. And it's actually just come up and said hello. Give him a bit of a tickle. There's a bit of damage at this point, though, at phase number 5. The Blue Zone, you don't want to be in it for too long. Zoid lands a shot onto Somatic, landing a few more knockdown and inside of the blue for Somatic. Will he be able to crawl inside in time? I don't sense he will. That will be the end of Somatic. A massive knockdown for Zoidmate and no invites. That will make it a 3 versus 3 against them and Archaic from here on out. And it's only 3 alive for immunity as well. So for Knights to have all 4 up at this point, they get Zidon as well. Big Jumpy, the last one alive for the subs of Order. They do still have 3 kills to their name. It is 35 points a kill. Actually, not that far of a distance away from this Phase 6 zone, which has gone south. It's great for no invites. They do get fed here. And for Archaic and their 3 alive, they will have to make their trip across the road. Cream PTC, nice long-range knockdown with the Mini 14. Catches no invites off guard. Gets the knockdown onto Zoidmate. They may be low on smoke grenades at this point, I believe. Zoid's got none. Jesus has got none. And Extreme has got none. They've got nothing in way of nades at the moment for no invites. Bong Sal's knocked down as Auxiliary push in towards the compound of We Back. Gen Joker with a bit of damage towards Ace Gun. First aid kit's going to be... He's got 10 first aid kits. Ridiculous amount of... He's like a hoarder. Bong Sal is going to be revived though. Obviously, with the smoke, though, it's making it difficult for Weeback to actually spot Bong Sound's work official at the moment. Also, with the trade, nice knockdown between Woodsy and Galway, both landing shots. Dak goes down, 12th position for SYF, but immediately coming outside of that building, Woodsy gets sprayed and finished with M249. Well, not finished just yet, at least, but boy, did he get sent to the ground there quickly. 28 minutes gone. Blue Zone making its way in. 1 more minute till phase number 7. And Playful finally going to get spotted as well. There are a couple of solo players running around at this point. Extreme 2G is now one of them after losing cheeses to a combo of solo B and non-reg as Lessie Esports go out in 10th. Maybe one more behind quickly after that, and it is, and it's Archaic as they are finally eliminated as well. It was always going to be difficult for them to make it across that road safely with both Knights and Immunity keeping their tabs on them as Auxiliaries go out in 8th position as well, falling to Weeback. Galway picks up the double, and he also stays alive along with Juice X, up to 5 kills now, and quickly like that, we've gone from about 11 teams to 7 in about 30 seconds. Jungian resolves knocked down. Vasily, the last one standing for Avant Gaming at the moment. He has to cross the road. Really not under a whole lot of pressure. And as I say that, no, never mind. Knights Esports peek down the hill. And that smoke is also dissipating. He hasn't got any more smokes either. Needs to get into a better position and just hope that they're not going to peek further down this hill as Galway and Juice X fall to, again, another combo of Knights and Immunity. The zone is also very friendly for Knights Esports as Assassin just watches on. You can smell them from behind. You can almost just reach out and touch Knights Esports from here. But for Extricity, they're into the top 6. And if they can win, well, not win, but if they can get into the top 3, it'll be actually 5 games straight in the top 3, I believe, if Extricity make it into the top 3 here. But if he goes for Suspect, that's not going to be the case. He knows he has to just let him stay alive. Only shoot if he has to, if they start to look at him. But Knights Esports, I don't think are really going to be too concerned unless double jump. Oh, that game. Bye-bye. No, never mind. Assassins gets 1. He can't get 2. Doesn't really cause a massive dent for Knights Esports. Just really holds them up slightly longer here. Double J. The revive has been stuck by Solo B. Blue Zone is approaching right now as well. They will be able to get him back up and in this game. And while that was happening, Cream gets the elimination onto Cozzy. Immunity down to 4 alive. We're into the final 5 teams now, so Extricity's streak has been broken with their 6th place finish. Avant Gaming into the top 5 though, along with Knights, no invites, Immunity, and Big Jumbi filling in, of course, for Order tonight, along with Zidon and Bryn. And as I've mentioned, well and truly capable subs, but when you don't play together that often, and obviously that's the case, it is always difficult to play at their best. Really, they're all just sort of playing on an individual standpoint at this moment in time. Obviously, with Jukesy doing his best to sort of lead them and help them out with the Order strategies. But they are doing a decent job and putting the Order in a good spotlight for the organization at the very least, and doing their best that they can to help out as Knights is Avant collide. But this time Knights Esports come away with casualties. They aren't going to be able to be remaining unscathed any longer. They do have 16 kills, but now only 2 alive, and we've still got 5 teams. 8 alive with 5 teams. There's a solo for no invites, solo for Order, essentially a solo for Avant, 2 for Immunity, and then 2 for Knights, and this is ridiculous. 5 teams, 7 alive. Imagine dying at this point. Imagine going out in 5th position knowing that there's only 7 alive. So it's a duo for Knights and a duo for Immunity. They are definitely the teams to win at this point. Extreme 2G, though, has got Sweet Soul in his sights. If he were to take out Sweet Soul, we would have 5 teams with 6 alive. I've never seen 5 teams with 5 alive, though, which would be 5 solos. I've never casted that. That would be interesting to see, and it could be totally feasible at this point. Extreme has got Sweet Soul extremely close to him, and Vasily may be able to get a knockdown onto Suspect, which would essentially make it an elimination, because Suspect and Double J aren't even close. Double J throwing out a couple of smokes to try and play this one safe. Nick 101 holds the rock position, but no movement at all from Big Jumbi. Just going to start to crawl up now into this next zone for phase number 8. 5 seconds until the play area is going to be restricted once again. Extreme's going to have to get moving. I think he's going to take Sweet Soul with him. Yes, he is. So it's 5 teams, 6 alive. Unbelievable. But I think Extreme's going to suffer for the consequences here. He can't believe this. There's 6 alive, but you're out in 5th position for no invites. Ridiculous. 4 teams, 5 alive. So 1 for Immunity, 1 for Avant, 1 for Order, and then the duo for Knights Esports. And even at this point, the duo of Knights are so separated, they may as well just be on 2 different teams. We may as well just have 5 solos at this point. Suspect's getting shot at now by Vasily, but Suspect's actually going to just push up towards Nick 101. Surely he hears him, and he's ready to go with the M416. Wow, that was a pre-fire and a half, and he still didn't get the kill. He will go down 4th for Immunity. Suspect will be knocked down by Vasily, and all of a sudden, it's a 1 versus 1 between Vasily and Big Jumbi. As Double J goes down, and Order have got the opportunity here to take this one out, or Avant Gaming. The high ground is in favor for Vasily, but he's not exactly certain where Big Jumbi is. He may think he's inside of the grass and not necessarily behind the tree. Nevertheless, Vasily does have the slight advantage. Not anymore. He's going to take a bit of damage. This is a chance, though, for Big Jumbi to push up, and he needs to take it. He knows he chunked him. He did get Vasily to half health. Up to the next tree he goes. Big Jumbi, Darty's been in this situation before, but so has Vasily, the cutest gamer OCE. Not going to go down lightly here. And how he plays it safe, he knows that he can't rush this. He knows he's now lost whatever advantage he may have had, which he did. He had that high ground advantage, the ability to sort of just scope out for the information from a superior vantage point. But with Big Jumbi landing those shots, it forced Vasily back, and now he has no idea where Big Jumbi's hiding out. Obviously, Big Jumbi, though, is just hiding out at the middle of this hill. Doesn't get any more obvious than that. But if he can kind of line himself up with this bush, as you can see, it actually makes it even more difficult for Vasily right now. He's just jumping around and he can't see him because of this bush. It's worked out. Big Jumbi's playing this well, but if Vasily just peeks around over to this right-hand side, surely Vasily comes out on top. There is a minute and 10 seconds. Blue zone is approaching in the dead center at the moment. The closest is Big Jumbi, but that's not going to be the case here. Vasily will move in, obviously, with the blue. And the second he pops his head over, he will spot him. And the question is, who's going to come out on top? Big Jumbi's only on, I believe, 75 health. He is. Vasily's on 100, so he's already got that 25 health extra advantage. 8k with a red dot versus the Scar L with a red dot. 8k should win this. Vasily with the high ground as well. Big Jumbi's going to spray. He's going to give away his position. Oh, Big Jumbi doesn't matter. He brings Vasily out of hiding. And for Order, he does them proud as a sub. 5 kills in Order take out game number 8 and keep their chances of a top 4 finish alive. Jukesy may be the Order player. He may be part of the main roster, but it's the 3 subs for Order that come out on top for them, picking up the kills of 5 in total. Second place for Avant Gaming. So close, yet so far. Vasily did his best that he could. He had 4 kills himself, 6 in total thanks to Visolve's 2. Third position though. Boy, did Knights Esports just go off that game. 16, I believe it was. No, it was 17 in the end. 4th place for Immunity. Another top finish, though. Continues to put pressure on No Invites, but No Invites weren't that far behind. They went out in 5th position with 5 kills. But ladies and gentlemen, we're getting down to that busy end now. Coming up after this break, we're going to have game number 9. 2 to go. Stay tuned.
I know your motives and you know mine. The ones that love me, I tend to leave behind. If you know about me and choose to stay, then take this pleasure and take it with the pain.
If you want to keep me, you gotta to love me harder. And if you really need me, you gotta to love me harder.
And if in the moment you bite your lip, when I get you moaning, you know it's real. Can you feel the pressure between your hips? I'll make it feel like the first time.
'Cause if you want to keep me, you gotta to love me harder. And if you really need me, you gotta to love me harder. Love me harder.
It's been so long since I see your face. I'm 1,000 miles away from you. And it's a sad song I've been singing every day. But it'll all be over soon. 'Cause I'll be back home tomorrow. And all this sorrow we ever knew will feel like memory. Something bittersweet, something we'll hold on to. I'll go crazy without you, baby. I don't know what I'd do. And time won't change these feelings, make me wish I was lying with you. I know it's been a long, long while since I held you. I'll be back in the morning when you open your eyes. 'Cause I'll go crazy without you, baby. Oh, that's another night. So hard to act like everything is fine when I'm spending all these nights alone. And though we stay up, talking endlessly for hours, I can't kiss you through the telephone. But I'll be back home tomorrow. All this sorrow we ever knew will feel like memory. Something bittersweet, something we'll hold on to.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PUBG BrawlFest Season 1 Finals. My name is Zedox. Hope you've been enjoying this evening's proceedings. We are now into the 8th game of the finals. Of course, we played 5 last night. We're playing 5 tonight. So we've got this game. Wait, hang on. So we just played. We're into game 9. My bad. Game 9. We're into game 9, I should say. We had just played game 8, which of course we saw Order take the win. Jukesian subs. Well, I should just rename it to Jukesian Friends, really. I should have done that for tonight. I do apologize to Order. I know they didn't want the Order logo, but whatever. Jukesian Friends. Into game 9 we go. That means there's only 2 games to go for the finals. And looking at the leaderboard, No Invites still in first position, as they have been so far all of tonight, coming off the back of dominating 5 games last night. But the gap has closed from 2,000 to now just 200 points, which is really barely anything here for the BrawlFest system. So extremely close second place for Knights Esports, who have been able to tally up 52 kills themselves. In third position at the moment, it's Extricity with 5,400 points. So 900 points behind No Invites with 2 games to go. It's still achievable. First place, still possible. Same can be said for Team Immunity, who are 100 points behind Extricity in 4th position. But then the gap does start to grow from there for teams like Avant, SYF, Jukesy and Friends, and Justice Esports, Chiefs, and Auxiliaries, who make up the top 10 at the moment. Again, a reminder, the prize pool distribution here tonight, $1,000 for first position, $500 for second, $250 for third, $150 for fourth, and $100 as well to the top fragger. You can get yourself a lot of McDonald's for $100. So, whoever's going to pick up the most kills over, of course, the 10 games takes home those $100. We head into game number 9 now, the second last game of the finals and of the night. SYF out of military base as per usual. We back in Novo, Justice in Milter. Over for Carnage in Milter Power. Jukesy and Friends in Mansion and Prison for Order. Obviously, Big Jumbi, Brent, and Zydon, the 3 subs. Jukesy, the main Order player. Lipovka's got Archaic. And Yasnaya Pollyanna. It is Avant, Auxiliaries as well, joining them. And in Rozhok, it's Team 404. Lassie Esports around Apartments. And for Pachinki, it's the Pachinki Kings. It's Team Immunity. It's Kozi, Sweet Soul, Nick101, and Kasun, who's already on the move. And the Chiefs in the Gatka Fields, who have struggled so far in the finals. Although they did pick things up slowly to start the night, they have just fallen away a little bit. And the gap now is probably too large unless they can get a 20-kill win here in Game 9 and then do it again in Game 10 to try and get a top 4 placing for the boys in blue. Pandemic around the Clefts region are going to start to make their way into the Gatka Fields as well. Over in Hospital, it's New Genesis, South George, of course, with No Invites, Cheeses, and Valkyrie, the subs tonight for them. Extreme 2G and Sweetmate to round it up. And Knights Esports in North Georgia, Paul, has been the hot team tonight, with Cream, Double J, Solo B, and Suspect. Flash Eater over in Zaki. And for Severny, it is Extricity still trying to take that first position as well. They're in third at the moment, but a bit further back from No Invites than where Knights Esports is. Sevzi, Nikus, Jackie, and Assassin, the hot team of the tournament, really here for the finals over the 10 games. The team that's really stood up along with Knights Esports. They've been the 2 standout teams. No Invites in first position, of course, is standing out in first position, but they're a team you expect to be in that slot. They are the best in the region, especially when they got all 4 of them: Extreme, Zoid, Happy, and Luke 12. There is no better team. And it is going to be another southwestern zone over towards Gatka Fields. It did shift around the Quarry region in game number 8. It may just shift more towards the actual Gatka Fields this time around here in Game 9. But it does mean it is close by for the Chiefs. And No Invites, those sort of top teams, it's close by for them. Long distance for Avant. But Textile is already down here early for Avant Gaming to try and find them a spot to hold. Lassie Esports did have a bit of an accident. Jamesy TV needing to get revived. There's the motorbike. There's the reason Mike Crawl will be able to get him back up, though, for Lessie Esports. Unfortunately, in last position at the moment. There always has to be a team in last. It's just the way it goes in any sort of competition. As Carnage now starting to make the trek, along with Justice Esports, SYF will start to vacate Sosnovka Island. And SYF Gaming, a team that's just outside of that top 5. Of course, the top 4's the money. SYF, a team that usually finds themselves into the top 5 of these sort of tournaments, having a bit of a slower showing here tonight. And for WeBack, they'll take the Novo side bridge of Sosnovka Island instead of making their way across the island and towards Lighthouse Bridge, which is where SYF made their way at the moment. 8 minutes here into game number 9. Again, just a reminder, might as well bring it up while we're here. It's the GLL Wingman Series 5 OCE Region $5,000 tournament, guys, that will be taking place with the qualifiers starting on the 18th of November, where the top 40 teams will battle it out on all maps to qualify to the next stages. So again, I think there's an exclamation mark GLL, or no, it's exclamation mark Wingman for more details on that upcoming tournament. And of course, we've got the Alpha Bravo division that will be coming up as well. More details on that through the BrawlFest and GLL Discords and Twitters. Back over to the game though. And again, a big thank you so far for Season 1 to 1UP Entertainment and Legend Cyber Cafe for being sponsors for BrawlFest. Much appreciated. And of course, to all of the admins. As we sort of wind down the season, we wind down BrawlFest for Season 1. And what has been an amazing season so far. It couldn't be done also without all of you guys watching. So a big thank you to all of the viewers throughout the season. It's been a huge success as we come down to the final 2 games of the finals. But it's not over just yet. Plenty to still stick around for and to watch out, because no invites are going to watch their back. Knights Esports are hot on their tails, just 200 points behind. Those definitely are the 2 teams that are leading the way, but there are still teams like Extricity and Team Immunity that can still come from behind here with 2 games to go to really just come in, do well here in Game 9, and then do well in Game number 10 as well. And try and still go for that first place finish. $1,000 for first place, $500 for second, $250 for third, and $100 as well for fourth position. Sorry, 150 I should say. It's 100 for the top fragger. Got confused between the 2 of them. So as we are about to touch on the 10-minute mark, means we are a minute and a half away from phase number 2 here for Game 9. Crop Rebellion just going to spin out for a bit. Going close by to Textile. It'll be Podex 12, as well as Tyler. Just a bit of lag there from PUBG as everything decides to load in. Showing here resolves. Textile and Vasily for Avant Gaming had the opportunity to win last game through Vasily in that 1 versus 1 with Big Jumbi, who is subbing for Order. Wasn't able to come out on top, even though he did have that high ground advantage. Big Jumbi's precise aim was just too much even for the gamers, cutest gamer in OCE. Textile actually spotting critical motion from the Chiefs there, off into the distance. So coming in from the eastern side will be Order, Archaic. Down to the south towards the cliffs. It is WeBack Carnage as well, just to the west of them. There's quite a few teams towards the south side of this zone, not really respecting the zone to be around the Gakka fields as much, more so predicting that we're going to have sort of a back-to-back zone as we saw in Game 8 around that Quarry region. And you can even see Lassie Esports controlling all of Quarry at the moment. Just north of them is Flesh Eater. Textile just still trying to hold his position just south of Vasilian results from his teammates. Chungi's still making his way in past the trenches of the Gakka fields. Extricity at the Gakka sign. And then around the Hospital Wheat field is no invites. Really need to try and step things up here with 2 games to go. And that is, wow, that is a hard shift down to the southwest. Primos Quarry. Well, we are going to have a bit of deja vu here, I guess you can say, for game number 9 to what we saw in game number 8. And it's going to cause a very similar reaction to what we saw in game number 8, where in phase number 2 in game 8, we saw the amount of teams that had to rotate, the casualties that came from that. I sense we'll see that again. And what we also saw was that for phase 3 was also a very similar hard shift that caused a lot of rotations. Now, the difference here for this phase 2 here in game 9 is there were a lot of teams that were already prepared for this. Unless the Esports and Flesh Eater, the 2 teams down the bottom, are the ones who are more than well and truly prepared for it, as Edge is going to go down to Foster. Another bad start for the Chiefs, but look at the amount of teams that are on the move. There's just not that many, actually, that are sitting back and trying to pick off players on rotation, as there was no one really guarding the rotational spots around the north side, which is coming in from that western coast, and on the south side with the southern coast, as Textile will spot Justice Esports trying to crash for the same building at the moment. Vasili's been knocked down by Cream, and I think Textile's in trouble here. Smacky opens the door, but he didn't sense that it was in that location. Finally, we'll be able to get the execution. Went for the greedy play. He doesn't know what's going on. They're surrounding him, and they are going to finish him off. As Justice Esports will come out on top in that exchange with Advanced Textile. And that's not good news for Avant Gaming. It means they're just down to Resolves and Tringy, and they are split up as well. Tringy well and truly north of Resolves at the moment. Galway will get knocked down as well by Kamsi. So not a whole lot of deaths so far, but again, it's a factor of the amount of teams that were all rotating at once. Meant there just weren't that many actually hanging around trying to pick teams off as they were moving. There were still, unfortunately, an unlucky few who did meet their demise in that push here into phase number 2. 8 more seconds until the Blue Zone will begin to restrict that play area once again. 4:04. Tony's still making his way actually into the Gaka Fields. They're going to be meeting up with the rest of his team up on the northern side of this phase 2 zone. On the west side is no invites. Zoo Table close by for Flash Eater. They do still have all 4 alive, but he is well and truly far away from the rest of his team. Bit of a 3-1 split coming out from Flash Eater, as Extricity find themselves down to the southwest with that compound set up the 6s for them. Over in Primorsk, a bit of a battle happening down there. Assassin's actually been picked off in rotation as well. Not going to be able to meet up with the rest of his team. Carnage down near Primorsk. And that firefight with Archaic. Team Immunity down there as well, just on the northern side of Primorsk. Just north of them, SYF, and we back as SYF trying to land a few shots towards Knights Esports. Does get the knockdown onto the Double J. And right now they're doing a massive favor for no invites. If they can confirm any more knockdowns or executions, it looks like Double J will be just left behind. No, Suspect may go for the play here. Smoker's come out and he is behind the tree. We may be able to get this revive, and it's risky. Oh, never mind. Knights Esports have just run straight into no invites, and they're licking their lips. Wow, huge. And all of a sudden, the revive onto Double J is super important. It keeps them at least still with 2 players in this game here for Game 9. They are 200 points behind no invites. And no invites has just sent 2 of them packing. Extreme 2G collecting 2 of those heads. And that makes it extremely difficult now for Knights. And they're out in last place. They run straight into Crush. Game-changing scenario here in Game 9, just 15 minutes in. The team in second position, the team just 200 points behind. No invites, goes burning out in last place. And they'll be sitting there hopefully watching on that no invites will fall shortly afterwards, but I don't sense that will be the case. They got all 4 alive. They picked up 2 kills. That's already 70 extra points now gained. They have to just hope for dear life that they do not go on to win this game, otherwise the gap just may be too big. And obviously for the likes of Knights Esports, it's the players below, the teams below them, the likes of Extricity, the likes of Immunity, that now have got the opportunity to jump them as well. They may now go from a second place finish, acquire $500, to maybe even just missing the top 4 in total. They do have 1 more game after this, and they'll be sitting patiently waiting to get into that game. And boy, are they going to be absolutely distraught with how Game 9 has gone. But they've got to make sure that they just dust themselves off and get into game number 10. Somatic knocked down by Cozzy. Immunity needs to be careful with every battle they go into. They're a team that's in a similar fate and a similar position for all those teams in the top 5 or 6. You just do not want to be going out early here in game number 9. And going into game 10, needing to create a huge amount of points to catch up on any sort of deficit of the teams above them. Sweet Soul and Nick 101 with a 2-2 split from Kasun and Cozzy, as Raffy with a knockdown on Tainted. P for Potato with a bit of a spray towards We Back. Satsy with a knockdown onto Extreme 2G. Clean headshot from Satsy. and Districity may actually look to push on this. Obviously, they know they need to catch up onto no invites. And interestingly enough, going into game number 10 for what will be the final game of the finals, I wouldn't be too surprised if we do see a team maybe hot drop onto no invites. Have not seen anything like that here in the Oceanic region for quite a while, but it is common in overseas tournaments at the final game of a long tournament to see that possibly happen, especially for teams who really have nothing to lose. Sassy finally gets a knockdown onto Zoid, mate. Took a while. They took his entire magazine there as he's down to 0. Took a couple of shots back, though, and he has to heal back up, which does mean there's no more pressure onto Zoid. We'll be able to get cleanly revived. Does waste some medical supplies, though, in the downstate as well. So 17.5 minutes gone here as we are into phase number 3. Didn't really move that much away. It kind of just did the phase 4 job of the land ratio setting almost kicking in a zone early. By moving away from all of that water, it does mean obviously Primorska's out now. Quarry's still in on the eastern side of this zone. We're out on the furthest point that you can go on the western side of Erangel right now. Zootable still just hanging and chilling with Flesh Eaters, Tyler and Podex 12 on the far eastern side of this zone. They are completely separated. 18 minutes gone, 17 teams, 61 alive. It's a bit of a slow one at the moment here for Game 9. Eugenesis, no movement from them, as they've got some quads for their compound. Jukesy and friends up onto the northeastern side, but they do have to their west 404, who are on the far north side at the moment. All 4 alive for both of those 2 teams. Twerkerfish and Ace Gun, Bong Xiao, Mr. Jaws, all still in this one for auxiliaries. He racked up a lot of kills so far tonight. Alessia Esports still just going to hold Quarry. They haven't moved since basically phase number 1. They went straight to Quarry in phase 1. Haven't moved since then. Which does mean I don't think they got many kills. No, just the one, thanks to Mike Crawl. So 19 minutes gone. Phase 4 will commence now, and it does continue to shift over to the western side. Jackie even still in towards the beach at the moment. Very close to that sandy shoreline. And in the smack bang middle of all of that, no invites. They've only got the vehicles and the broken down shack for cover. And that road is pretty much a split down the middle at the moment as well. Not necessarily favouring either side in terms of which side you want to be on. I've seen these circles a few times in the past and they can be quite difficult to sort of play around. Down towards Primos though, it's Pandemic that are trying to get past both Archaic and Team Immunity. Husey will go down to Debali as they pick up their first kill here of game number 9. Now running on foot, Gilsey will go down. I don't think Big Boy Mac is going to be long for the world either, as the last 2 alive now for Pandemic and Kamsi and Big Boy Macca. Kamsi stayed behind and he's back to the blue wall, looking to take out Kozzy. Twerkerfish going down to no mercy. No right tire on that. No right back tire on that for Kamsi. Still able to get a bit of movement though. And he will be slowly heading past Team Immunity, who need to make their way into the next zone as well, along with SYF Gaming. Archaic have just moved straight up and they've allowed Big Boy Macca to live. But for how much longer is the question? Carnage are the ones really putting shots into him, as well as Kamsi just gets ripped to shreds by Team Immunity. They pick up their first kill of the game. Tadik 101, Big Jumbi and Jukesy both eliminated for order up on the northern side. Zydon and Bryn still alive though. It's 4-4. Up to 4 kills now. As Pandemic finally will go out in 17th position. Big Boy Mac are unable to last much longer, but now it comes down to the battle between Team Immunity and SYF Gaming. Quick knockdown onto Dak will open up the account here, and an advantage for Team Immunity. 3 versus 4. SYF make that 2 because Unique goes down as well. Immunity just running straight through SYF. They're not stopping. Crusher tried to flank here to give them an advantage to come in from behind Immunity, but he's taking too long. He's playing too cautious, and I think he's even going to allow Merrick to just try and basically take them all on at once. Needs to get this knockdown onto Kozzy. It doesn't even have a frag grenade. Crush, you need to hurry up and get him from behind. Help them out. Get a knockdown onto Sweet Soul. Do something for SYF. Merrick gets the knockdown onto Sweet Soul, though, as Unique will bleed out. And falling back is Nick 101, knowing that there's a snake in from behind them. Kasun and Kozzy move forward for Immunity, but Nick 101's going to flank in from behind. He may just catch both of the 2 members of SYF off guard here. Does stop though, pops the painkillers instead, allows Kozzy and Kasun to take control of the buildings, but Merrick and Cross are still alive. And now it's finally Nick One's going to show himself. Crush has already moved on. And this is the end of SY. They're going to out 16th. And they are going to further drop down the leaderboard rankings. Another low-placed finish for SYF Gaming. They go out super early in third last position here in Game 9. Immunity also get Sweet Soul back up. They've got 4 kills. And they got 4 still alive as they move forward for that chase towards no invites. And Sun looks like he's spazzing out at the moment as he loots the leftovers of SYF. Tyler goes down for the frag grenade by IDK. Podex 12 trying to take on all of New Genesis by himself. Can't get the knockdown onto Hub the Hobo. Goes down, and Zootable will be the last remaining player for Flesh Eater alive. 18 more seconds until phase number 5 will commence. Lassie Esports inside of the blue zone. Captain Purge will get the first aid kit off. Michael goes down to that blue zone though. Being gate kept also by the Chiefs, and we back here for Captain Purge inside of the swamp. Just goes prone. That'll be his last first aid kit as well. He's got no more choice but to just run for it now. No choice at all. Just has to leg it. Can't even stop to shoot. That's it. Game over for him. So it'll be 15th position for Lassie Esports. Zex will confirm the kill. That picks up their first kill of the game. They've only got the 2 alive. Shots on the northern side. Shots on the southern side as well. Zidon trying to sort of just ward off 404 at the moment. Zach landing a couple of shots and Firefall lands the headshot. And Zidon with the Kar98. And now 404 could just move up. All of this is happening. Zootable just sitting inside of this shack and just wondering what's going on outside at the moment. He knows there's 2 teams battling it out just in front of him. Bryn, though, holds the shack by himself as the last one alive for Jukesy and friends. Also, Order. No movement at all from no invites. But even though they haven't picked up any more extra kills here from the 2 kills that they've already gained, they are just pretty much watching everyone else just beat each other up. As we are into the top 14 now, Beef and Potato is going to go down to a frag grenade here on the far eastern side of this zone, as well as Critical Motion, Juice X and Woodsy. Oh, they've just wiped out the Chiefs. All 3 of them go down to the duo of We Back. Woodsy will take a bit too much damage plus the play zone and fall down. Juice X survives. 4 kills for We Back. The Chiefs out in 14th, and that's their night done and dusted. Going into the final game of the night, Archaic go out in 13th position. And really going into the 10th and final game after this, it's all shaping up for who's going to be really having the opportunity to get into the top 4. So many teams now just losing their opportunity, losing their chances. New Genesis with 6 kills. Still 3 alive as well. 11 teams, 27 alive at the 25-minute marker of game number 9. All 4 up for 404. And it's time for Zootable to come out of hiding for Flesh Eater. This will be his last first aid kit as well. Time to run for it, but he's not really going to be able to make it that far at all. Just tries to make a last-ditch effort, and it's going to be 11th position for Flesh Eater. Down to the final 10 teams we go. It's Order 404, Auxiliaries, New Genesis, We Back, no invites, Justice Esports, Team Immunity, Carnage, and Extricity. And it really does just continue to be, obviously, horrible for Knights Esports to have now lost the ability to sort of just gain more ground against other teams. Going out in last position this game, the likes of Extricity and Immunity are just going to thoroughly jump above them now, as Valkyrie will get, I believe, his first kill of the entire night. 3 kills for no invites now. That will be the end of We Back down to the final 9 teams. And again, no invites still just not moved since about phase 4. As they huddle around this broken down shack. It's a great place for them at the moment. Satsu will go with a knockdown by Nick Woodward. Bryn will die and Order out in 9th. One more second now. Phase number 6 is going to commence, and it will be centrally to the east, though, which does keep player 4, Fury and Guru, still in this for Justice Esports. There's no one down there, though, guys. Just wasting ammo. Just shooting at bushes. Good job. Yeah, little clap. Little clap. Just a little clap. 26.5 minutes gone. And they may spot IDK, though, or at least hear him as Auxiliaries are going to go out in 8th position. Now moving forward, 404. In fact, they just find themselves now right in front of Extricity. They've just put them playing in dead sight. Great nade's going to come out. That'll be the end of No Mercy. Zach takes a huge chunk of damage from that as well. Down to 39 health. As No Mercy's kill is actually going to be stolen by Extreme 2G in the end. Another massive explosion, but it takes out Satsui as well. Needs to be revived. Oh, Jackie surely going to go down here. Zach with the spray. Unable to get the knockdown, though. And anyway, for Niku's, he almost got both of them here. He had to have just confirmed Jackie. He may have been able to confirm Niku's. And Extricity are under immense pressure here to get these revives. To get these first aid kits off, and yet they do. Firefall from behind gets the knockdown onto Niku's. Jackie's the last one alive. Firefall and Zek are about to wipe out and finish off Extricity here in 7th position, surely. Jackie just holds on now inside of the smoke. It's 1 versus 2 here on the western side. Does spot Zek, can't get the spray, and that's it. Extricity in 7th. And Firefall and Zek move forward. 6 kills for Firefall. And overall, it's 10 for 404. And they are a team that can pop off every now and then. They're just not consistent at all. As no invites continue to just get fed here tonight. It has been their night. It's been their finals tournament, but they are the best team in the region after all, even with 2 subs. 6 kills for them this game now. 3 to Extreme, 2 to Zoid. So 28 minutes here into game number 9. Second last game of the finals. 6 teams left here in this one. New Genesis have got just IDK remaining. 8 kills for them, but it's an AWM in hand. May give IDK an opportunity to get a couple of headshots or 2. As he watches the shack, no one's going to be inside of there though. He is actually pretty safe towards the northeastern side. Down to the south side though, Immunity with 8 kills, but 3 still in this one. And at this point in the game, it's a pretty decent number to have, because Wolf's the last one alive for Carnage. Just chucks out the bike, it's going to get blown up. Hides behind the shack, and he's going to be pinned down. It's either going to go down to either Immunity or 404 at this point. But 404 is going to go 2. They do actually spot Team Immunity as well. There's Firefall. I think you're also hearing the shots from no invites. Finally, Wolf goes down. It's from Valkyrie. Picks up his 2nd kill of the game. 7 now for no invites. They'll further increase this gap against Knights Esports. And with Extricity out as well, only really Immunity are sort of keeping up with the same pace here in game number 9 with no invites. Which is not good news though for Immunity in terms of trying to win the whole thing. Because they needed to actually do better than no invites. And I don't sense that may actually happen at this point. At this point in the game, it's 5 teams, 13 alive, and no invites are... Well, they are clinical at this point in the game, that's for sure. It is going to shift over towards the east, though, for Justice Esports. 1 kill for them. They haven't had to move from this compound building. And yet they won't have to move yet either, as they get fed here with 40 seconds until the blue zone's going to start to shift in. And restrict the play area once again. IDK needs to make his way down south, but I think he's been spotted by no invites. He's going to be trapped in behind. It'll be 8 kills for no invites now. Although Zek gets the headshot onto Valkyrie, which will be their first knockdown in a little while. Smoke will come out. Firefall and Zek just need to move up, though, with this knockdown. They can't just dilly-dally and wait around. They may, though, try to be greedy and look for another knockdown. At this point, there's no point trying to blow up the vehicles. They're not going to be taking them anywhere. Oh, Soypmate, double tap. Knockout with the SKS onto Zek. Teaches him yet another lesson. Not much really Firefall can do, and that's not anything he can do now. 5th position for 404 as Immunity pick up another kill, and they send 404 out of here. 4 teams, 11 alive, 9 kills for Immunity. We've got 3 still alive for Immunity, all 4 up, 4 no invites. That'll be the end of IDK in 4th position, and 3 alive for Justice Esports. That will sum it all up here. Here for game number 9. And I kind of sense that we may see the battle happen actually between Team Immunity and no invites first here. They're on the high ground. They're going to want to clear the high ground before trying to take down the team in the low ground inside of those compound buildings. Valkyrie knocked down and subsequently will be eliminated. Makes it a 3 versus 3 now. Zoidmate with the SKS. Deadly with that in hand. And Kasuna and Nick 1-1 are both low. Oh boy, pulls out the M249. How about that for just trying to spray through the smoke? It's the best gun in the game for doing so. Go for that cheeky reload. I know the 2 first aid kits for Zoidmate. No frags, no smokes either. None for Extreme 2G, and none for Cheese as well. Just no nades at all in any fashion for no invites at this point in the game. 7 smokes in total for Immunity. 6 of them on Nick 101 though. He's able to block Cheeses. Gets the execution. Kasun's been knocked down though. Makes it 2 versus 2 while standing. Kozzy's going to get into the fight early. Gets knocked down. It's a 1 versus 2 for Nick 101. He would love this more than anything in the world, to get the double kill onto Zoidmate and Extreme 2G to stop the banter against Nick 101 for throwing away 3 versus 1s, but now it's a 1 versus 2 and he's the 1 and not the 2. doesn't really perform under pressure, though. He said it himself. He's under pressure here to try and keep immunity, to have some sort of a better record than no invites here in game number 9. And to do so, he's got to wipe them both out here. He's not going to get any help from Justice Esports. They're still just huddled up, continuing to get fed the final 2 zones. 32 minutes gone. Game number 9 of the PUBG BrawlFest Season 1 Finals. Oh, Nick has been spotted by player 4. He's going to get third-partied. No invites were starting to move. They were starting to make the approach towards Justice Esports, and Nick Connor 1 was spotted. And Justice will take the 3 versus 2 numerical advantage into this next fight. No invites, though. If they win this, I don't see how they'll be caught. I don't see how they'll be stopped going into the final game. Continue to just cement themselves as the best team in the region, even with subs. 2 of them. Their playstyle just works perfectly. M249 for Zoid, mate, though he gets tagged by player 4 just as he was about to pop over the hill and spot Fury. Now Fury comes up from behind Zoid, mate. He's going to surely spot him. M249, though, that's going to be it. Justice Esports winner chicken dinner. They had the numerical advantage and they make use of it. I don't even think they lost any place in the process either. 3 versus 2, they come out on top. 5 kills for Justice Esports. It was still a second place finish. 4 no invites, and they are going to be hard to catch going into the last game of the finals. They did get second place, as I said. They did have 10 kills. And as I did mention, it will be hard to catch them. But there are a few teams that may still be able to do so if no invites go out early in game number 10. Third place for Immunity. They are one of those teams that can still catch no invites. They had 11 kills. 4th position for New Genesis as well. And they came away with 8 kills to their name. And in 5th place, it was 404, who were able to finish off with 10 kills to their name. Game 9's done. It's in the books. 9 games in the books. 1 still yet to be written here for the BrawlFest Season 1 Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got 1 more game. Don't miss it. We'll be back shortly to crown the winner of Season 1 BrawlFest.
Coast to drop bombs on you move. Coast to coast, I drop bombs on you move. Coast to coast, I drop. Coast to coast, I drop bombs on you motherfuckers. Coast to coast, I drop. Coast to coast, I drop bombs on you motherfuckers. Coast to coast, I drop. Coast to coast, I drop bombs on you motherfuckers. Coast to coast, I drop. Coast to coast, I drop bombs on you motherfuckers.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. It is the final game, 10th and final game of the PUBG BrawlFest Season 1 Finals. Currently, exclamation mark leaderboard in chat if you want to have a look for yourself, but it's no invites who are 1,000 points, 1,100 points to be completely precise, ahead of Team Immunity in second position. Knights Esports made no ground on no invites, unfortunately, due to their last placed finish in game 9. Well, sorry, a third last place finish, I should say. And now that gap is just ridiculously huge. Knights Esports and Extrusity, Immunity, they would all have to require no invites to go out extremely early. We're talking dead last, no kills, and then pick up the win, plus a good, 8 to 12 kills as well, if they were going to turn this into a first place finish. So it's all up to how no invites go in terms of first place. Obviously for second, third, and fourth, it's all still in the air. Coming into this game, it's still all up for grabs for those teams that are around the top 8 or so to try and get a second, third, or fourth place slot. No invites though are all but secured. They're taking home some dollars. The question is, will it be first place? First place, of course, $1,000. Second place, $500. Third, $250. Fourth, $150. And the top fragger takes home $100 as well. Wow. Extreme 2G is going to go down to Tiggleton, who's dropped pretty close by to the Chiefs and to New Genesis. They lose one early. Zoidmate over in Ruins, maybe expecting a hot drop, but decided to change it up a little bit. Cheeses and Valkyrie, one in South George and one in Greats. So not the start that no invites would like to see, and obviously for Knights Esports sitting over in North Georgetown, they would have seen that in the kill feed and be like, okay, Extreme's out of the game. Maybe there's a chance. Maybe, just maybe. Obviously the teams to sort of look out for this game, Team Immunity over in Pachinki, currently in second position, Knights in North George. And for Extrusity over in Severny, currently in fourth position. Assassin, Niku, Savsy, and Jackie in shooting range. Justice Esports in fifth, although they are 800 points behind fourth at the moment. They are over in Milta. There is still a slight, slender hope for them to get into the top 4. They would need to win this game. They would need the chicken dinner. And possibly some kills to go along with that as well, to give them a chance of getting inside of the money here for the finals of the BrawlFest Season 1. Order with the mentioned prison split, although Jukesy, of course, the main man from Order over in Charlotte. It's basically Jukesy and friends with Bryn, Zydon, and Big Jumbi subbing in, although Big Jumbi did die already. Over at school, it's Tony from 404, the rest of his team in Roshawk. And for Lessie Esports, it is over in apartments. They are in dead last, unfortunately, for Lessie Esports. It hasn't quite gone their way tonight. Things have just not looked up for them at all. Over in Ferry Pit, we do have Flesh Eater, military base for SYF Gaming, who have just had some very poor place finishes here tonight. They haven't been able to come in and capitalize on a decent first night last night over the first 5 games, and tonight they've struggled. And over in Novo, we do have We Back, the former Dynasty Esports Club team, Galway, Woodsy, Jen Joker, and Juice X. Carnage and Milta Power, Archaic in Lipovka, Avant and Auxiliaries over in Yasnaya Poliana. Avant currently in 6th position, but most likely too far back now to get a top 4 placing. They would need a huge performance. Auxiliaries find themselves in 10th position. The Chiefs in 9th, taking up essentially middle of the road here in the finals, as that just about wraps that all up. Pandemic around the cliffs. We are into our final game of the finals. It's been an amazing Season 1 for BrawlFest. So many things have transpired, and of course moving forward with GLL coming down to the Oceanic region. BrawlFest is not going anywhere, and we'll be back, of course, very shortly with the Alpha Bravo division being also powered by GLL, and of course the Wingman GLL powered by BrawlFest starting up shortly. We do have our zone, and it is going to be the western side as well. It's fitting. The western side in the Oceanic region just seems to be more likely than not around those Gatka fields, we will be heading one final time here tonight. Six and a half minutes here into game number 10, the final game of the finals. As Flesh Eater is going to be able to pick up the first crate of the game. Critical Motion knocked down by All Hugs. He will be thus eliminated shortly afterwards. Lassie Esports will pick up their first kill of the game. Unfortunately for Critical Motion, he wouldn't have been expecting Lassie Esports already to be around the Gatka fields at this point. And Critical Motion will actually be punched to death by All Hugs as well. So Team Immunity obviously huge in terms of looking out for how they're going to go this game. They've got a massive gap to climb, a 1,100 point differential between them and first position, which is no invites. The team in Beautiful Hot, Pink, Valkyrie, Cheeses and Zoidmate, who are split up at the moment. And if things can go wrong for them pretty quickly, then Immunity will have a massive chance. Even the likes of Knights Esports and Extricity could still have a chance if no invites go out super early. 8 minutes gone. I'm going to continue to hear some shots coming around the Gatka Fields area. We'll put the tunes away one last time. As we all but now get ourselves tied into this one. More shots coming from Team Immunity. Around the yellows. 18 teams, 69 alive. Immunity definitely need to find some kills as well throughout this journey here in the final game of the night. They do pick up a knockdown onto Tony, but Nick 101's going to be run over by Fifefall. Doesn't matter, all of 404 have just been obliterated by Cozzy and Nick 101. 3 kills to start things off for Immunity. Again, it is 35 points a kill. So a decent start for Immunity. They need the kills, but they also more or less need the placings to go with those kills. If they are going to overtake no invites here in the final game here of the finals, and of course to do so they will definitely need no invites to go out sooner rather than later. Niku's an assassin close by to Zoidman. If they just knew that, they'd go straight after him. Extricity are in a similar boat. They need kills and they need no invites out soon. Sooner rather than later, for sure. Zoidman just currently by himself at the moment. He was looting around the ruins. Jesus and Valkyrie, the 2 subs for no invite, still inside a South Georgia pool. It's just a matter of staying alive as long as possible. They don't even need kills for no invites. They just need to stay alive and keep getting those placing points and just make that gap harder to breach for the teams below them. So the Chiefs down to 3 players after losing Critical Motion. Jackie and Sassy with a 2-2 split from Niku's an assassin. Sassy and Jackie just in the Gatka fields at the moment. Textile, Vasily and Co. are going to make their way in from Yaznaya for Avant Gaming. Shots from Sweet Soul. Any sort of player they see, shots will be taken from Immunity. They need knockdowns. They need kills. Any possible chance that they may be able to get is now to take them here. 10 minutes gone already. That means we've got about another 23 minutes to go. So time already starting to wind down. Essentially, we are into phase 1. Minute and 20 seconds until phase 2. But the time goes quickly, and the time to get kills goes quickly as well. For Immunity, for Extricity, for Knights Esports, they all need to find kills as soon as possible. Yeah, and obviously they need no invites to go out early to go with it. Now, you can get all the kills in the world, but if no invites win this game, or if they enter into the top 5, then it really won't matter. The gap will just be too difficult to breach. Results has actually just spun out along with Vasily here, I believe, as an Immunity have got them in their sights. Does go down to half health, but unable to get the knockdown. Immunity looking hungry. They know it's within their grasp, but they did their best to keep up with no invites in the last game. Unfortunately for them, it was Justice Esports who came away with the chicken dinner in Game 9 and not no invites, but still coming second place for no invites has caused them to still have this giant gap over teams, coupled with the fact that Knights Esports went out in 3rd position. They were just 200 points behind no invites going into Game 9. Now they're back once again, a good 1.3, 1.4k behind as Assassin's going to be knocked down by Zoidmate. Makes it a one-on-one here with Nikus, and now he knows the situation here. It's Zoidmate. They get him down. There's only 2 left for no invites, but he's not even going to go for it. Plays it safe. Does go down to below half health. Zoidmate makes Nikus run and be scared and be worried. All Hugs getting knocked down by Twerkerfish. Bit of a battle between Auxiliaries and Lassie Esports. 1-for-1 knockdown. Michael with a slight peek. But not going to be peeking too much here as he fires towards Bong Sao. He's going to let out the frag grenade towards Michael's direction. They basically trade back and forth there. Frag grenade, it's actually going to work. It chunks. Both get severely chunked. Michael's on 0 health. I mean, he's quite literally was on 0 health. You saw that with your own eyes. Don't know how it's possible. Don't know how it's feasible, but it happened. As Captain Purge will confirm the elimination onto Ace Gun. Just over the top of this little hill. Auxiliaries are trying to hide away from Lexi Esports. Now up to 2 kills. Oh, bam! What a tap from Mike Crawler to Mr. Jaws. I think he even shocked himself there with that knockdown. As SYF run into Jukesy, and they eliminate him quickly. Crush was run over, though, by Merrick, of course. It's OCE. It wouldn't be an OCE game without running over one of your teammates. So Lexi Esports will go for the revive now into All Hugs after getting that knockdown onto Mr. Jaws. He is brought back up. Beaver Potato eliminated, though, for the Chiefs. Down to just Tiggleton and Edge. Over towards the compound that Avant Gaming are trying to occupy at the moment. More shots coming out from Jamesy TV with the AK reloads. No movement at all yet from Auxiliaries. So we're about to touch on the 13-minute mark. We are into phase number 2, by the way. And it did hard shift down to the south. And we're going to see the southern Gatka field with a bit of quarry in play. But it's very Pier, the lighthouse, and the yellows on the cliffs that are all still inside of this zone at the moment. Now it's time for Auxiliaries to vacate and get away from Lassie Esports, who quite honestly come out on top in that exchange with them between those 2 teams. Over towards the western side, we are going to see no invites. Still with the 1-1-1 split. They are all split up still. Not grouping up just yet. They may group up towards the compound just south of Zoidmate at the moment, north of Quarry. Or at least around the vicinity of this area that Zoidmate currently finds himself. Down towards Primos, coming in is going to be Knights Esports, Double J, Suspect, Solo B. Cream's pushed all the way up to the northeast of Ferry Pier. And just above him, there's a raft of teams in Immunity, Carnage, SYF, Chiefs, Avant, as well as Archaic pushing into petrol station. Zoid just keeps going. Playing a very risky game right now, Zoid is, considering if he goes down, it'll be the end of him. It'll only be Jesus and Valkyrie left for no invites to sort of hold the lead that they've acquired. But he has found the open compound just to the east of New Genesis. We're firing upon him. Flash Eater also to the east of Zoid. Valkyrie looking to now meet up with Zoid, mate, for no invites. Team Immunity just still the 3 kills. Sweet Soul at about half health. Needs to heal back up. 14.5 minutes here gone in the final game of the finals. $1,000 for first place, $500 for second, $250 for third, and $150 as well for fourth position. Bit of a fight here between the 2-man army of the Chiefs after losing P for Potato in critical motion. And just trying to just get off this medkit in time. Grenade was extremely close as Teagleton gets the knockdown onto Yeti Aztec. Coming in this game for Avant. No Chungi this game, yet he comes in, resolves Vasilian Textile as well. Stuck standard for Avant, and he will get picked back up. 15 minutes gone. SYF just holding the tree lines south of that compound building. It's a pretty standard spot to hold. So Untainted gets the knockdown onto Gozzy. It is a 1-for-1 trade, though, here between Carnage and Immunity. And Immunity just do not want to lose players. They want to hold that advantage of 4 for as long as possible. Gozzy will be able to get revived, though. Does allow Wolf to get revived. Maybe just understanding it's not the time to push on that. They are quite a distance away. Smoke and the tree to provide cover. Wolf's actually going to be left, though, for now. I think Sunny just wanting to bring the vehicle over, but it's just a motorbike. No, I'm not sure why Untainted left that. They've already lost Deaths Won't Kill You, so on Carnage's sake, they've only got 2 at the moment standing. They will be able to get Wolf, though, back up through Untainted. Sunny's on the move. We are into phase number 3, and it did shift away from the water towards those Gatka fields, which is good for the Chiefs' sake. Although they are sitting in 9th position, too far away from getting into the top 4. There are just too many teams now that really can't make it into the money in any sense of the word, regardless of 1st, even just 4th. It's probably out of question. Putting the pressure onto Carnage now as Wolf goes by with Untainted. Sunny just holding out in the shack, inside of that shack into the fields of the Gatka southern fields. So the northern side of Gatka is going to be out, south side's in. Ferry Pier's also still in, along with the Lighthouse, which is where Archaic are currently finding themselves. With a bit of a split towards Lighthouse, the petrol station as well, over towards the Yellows is Bryn and Zidon for the Jukesy and Friends Order lineup here for the finals. Of course, the other 3 members of Order still over in Thailand. So it's Jukesy playing with 3 subs for Order tonight. And that's been the way it's really been, as well as last night and tonight for the 10 games here for the finals. 17 minutes gone. We are now pretty much at the halfway point of the final game of the season. Pandemic still around the cliffs as Gen Joker finds himself, I think, stuck maybe on the cliffs here. He's in a bit of trouble down below inside of the Blues. Just going to have to make his way along the beach line somehow. I don't sense he's going to be able to get out of here. It does have actually 8 first aid kits, so maybe he might, maybe he won't. We'll find out how that transpires later on. New Genesis do need to make their way into the next zone, and they got no invites in front of them. So it's going to be just popping a few energy drinks and littering and bandage those wounds as New Genesis are close by, just behind them on the outside of the zone. It does mean New Genesis will have to push towards no invites in some fashion, although they're just above them at the moment. Minute and 10 seconds until phase number 4 is going to be commencing shortly. Justice Esports now on the move, though. Fury, Spanky, and Guru happy to just give up their compound. Not exactly sure where their location of choice will be. Just maybe a shack inside of the fields. I guess it's something as Non-Reg gets the frag grenade knocked down onto Galway. Down on the south side here. Looks like Woodsy's also close by here for Weed back, but he's well and truly stuck underneath these cliffs. I think Archaic got that one sewn up against Woodsy 832. That's the Esports just towards the northeast of the zone at the moment. Not necessarily too close, but not really a whole lot for them to go to. There's the compounds just to the southeast of auxiliaries as well. This double setup. Still no happening between New Genesis and no invites. Woodsy finally going to go down. Galway is still there actually though. Blue zone's approaching. Galway is in. IDK with the knockdown onto Grunt Rebellion. It's a long-range knockdown and actually over no invites. Next zone's going to go north. It's good for Nickers and Savsy, Jackie, and the rest of Extricity. I mean, that is for Extricity, though, with Assassin being down early. 45 seconds until the blue zone will start to make its way in. Gen Joker does go down to the play zone. Couldn't quite make it in the end. Just had too much of a distance to swim, even though with the first aid kits, it was always going to be difficult. That just leaves Galway as the last one alive now for We Back. And Extricity now, all 3 of them grouping up. And again, still though, for the likes of Extricity, for the likes of Knights and Immunity, they need kills to come out shortly. Only the 1 kill for Justice Esports here. They're also still trying to find a spot inside of that top 4 for themselves. Try and jump over a few of the other teams if they can. Chief's still holding on here. 2 kills for Tiggleton so far. Spray towards Unique against SYF Gaming. American Dak being left behind for now as they split up. And boy, Unique just goes straight into the arms of Untainted and Carnage. They'll pick up their 2nd kill of the game here. 2 minutes and 50 seconds until we will head into phase number 5. This is definitely where things are going to start to pick up. We are going to see that kill feed just light up. Nick 101's going to be knocked down by Foster. No invites are just happy to not even take this fight. They did lose Cheeses. It's down to just Zoid and Valkyrie. The last 2 alive for no invites. If New Genesis spot them, they may be in a raft of trouble here. It's not looking good for no invites in terms of being able to hold on for as long as possible, but they get away from New Genesis, who now turn their attention towards the south side against Flesh Eater and away from no invites. 20 minutes and 40 seconds gone. Immunity still getting Nick back up. They've got 5 kills now and 4 alive. They continue to move forward and continue to put the pressure onto no invites, especially if Zoid and Valkyrie go down. Zoid obviously will be leading the way here for Valkyrie in terms of sort of what to do. And it's so ironic. He looks at the warehouses in front of him, and yet they are just completely open for the taking inside of the zone. It'll buy them so much time. It'll buy them at least 3 or so minutes. From about 16th position to maybe about 12th position, maybe even top 10. Just by sitting inside of here. So no invites get lucky. They get fortunate that the western side is a lot clearer than the eastern side, as Archaic at the far eastern side are going to feel the wrath of Edge. Headshot into non-reg. Knocked down. Dabali behind the tree. Non-reg bleeding out quickly. But Archaic have got the pressing issue of Lessie Esports still right in front of them with Jamesy TV and Captain Purge, who are also taking damage from the Chiefs. Tiggleton puts a few bullets into the back of Jamesy TV. He's only got 6 health left, just stands up and takes it. He understands what was coming. He understands what was mounting in terms of the pressure from Tiggleton. I think Archaic will probably meet the same fate as well from this sort of position. Tiggleton will be able to see Archaic once all of that smoke does dissipate. They should meet the same fate. Now, Lassie Esports are meeting here as well. Sematic was actually able to also finish off Captain Purge. Lassie Esports eliminated in 16th position as Foster will get the confirmed kill onto Grunt Rebellion. Satsu with a headshot onto Rafi. Archaic are just under all sorts of pressure. They've picked up the 3 kills. This may be the end for them as Untainted's going to be knocked down. Nice spray from Dabali with a 4x in the Scarrel. Now the frags towards the Broken Shack. They're going to push up. They're going to be aggressive. Try and take out Untainted. And then possibly take whatever's left of the shack. Although they just blow up the shack this point. Might as well. Untainted gets revived. Stays alive. And the smoke will be able to keep them for cover. As they throw out a couple more as well. It will start to dissipate. Dabali moves up. Does get sprayed down to 39 health though. Make that 6 health. Dabali just continues to snake forward. Does have a bit of a bush in front of him that gives him at least a little bit of visible cover. As Somatic with a headshot onto Untainted. Wolf's going to be knocked down as well. Carnage is just down to Sunny, who's inside of the shack. They do have 5 kills as Hunter Hobo's in his sights. The 23 minutes gone and Pandemic now out in 14th position, and every single time a team is eliminated, it's great for no invites. They've only picked up the 1 kill this game. They may pick up more though. Zoidmate's got the angle onto Foster. If he was to just peek slightly more outside of the door. He doesn't want to take the risk though, just in case he also gets knocked down. Valkyrie is there with him though, both of them inside of that compound on the far western side of this zone. Foster's going to be knocked down by Suspect regardless. Knights, they need the knockdowns, they need the kills and the eliminations to go with it. Stolen by Zoid! Big steal from Zoid. Knights surely would be calming that and saying, okay, Zoid's around the western side. They need to know that. They need to just go and take them out. At this point, there's 13 teams remaining. As Suspect lines up the shot, unable to land it. Hob the Hobo takes shots from Cream though. They get the kill that time. 13th position for New Genesis. 2 kills for Knights. And that means we are down to the final 12 teams already. 24-minute mark here at the final game of the PUBG BrawlFest Season 1 Finals. Up to the north side, it's Team Immunity. 5 kills. Crush, last one alive for SYF Gaming. Thus is generally how it goes for SYF. They either frag out as all 4 or they've got 1 alive for the majority of the game. Resolves and Facility now knocked down for Avant. Tiggleton's been able to pick up 5 kills. 1 to Edge as well. They just wiped out Avant all by themselves. The duo for the Chiefs lives on. As we go down to the final 11 teams now. Avant are out in 12th. Done for the season. Pack their bags and they're out of here. Tiggleton just says, mate, I'm on point now. I'm not a fucking sick anymore. And I've got my monitor set up perfect. I vacuumed to my fucking mouse pad before I started streaming. I've had a coffee. I've got my Scotch fingers next to me. My biscuits, I'm sugared up. Coming at ya. And Tiggleton says, I'm going to destroy ya. 5 kills for the Flexer. In the finals, it's hype. 25 minutes gone. 11 teams. 24 alive. Spaggy with the elimination onto Dabali. Chiefs aren't done yet. Especially when it's Tiggleton and Edge still roaming around. Right on the 25-minute mark. They haven't really got a whole lot of pressure either. At the southeastern side of this zone, Jackie needs to be met up by Nikus. 4 kills now for Extricity. 25.5 minutes gone. They're under so much pressure though inside of the broken down shack. Smoke's just to come out, but it's not going to stop bullets. Somatic's inside of his own smoke. Goes back behind the hill. Never mind, because he spots him. It's 11th for Archaic. And Team Immunity now up to 7 kills, but it's still... Let me guess, it's going to hard shift to the west? Is it? We've got 10 seconds to find out, but I'm telling you right now, it's going to shift over to Zoid. It's going to shift over to Valk. And no invites are going to get exactly what they need here. Okay, no, it's not. Damn it. I set it up for it to happen, and it did not happen there. Brennan Zidon still alive, though. Just the one kill for them. For Jukesy and friends. Crush just smelling Nick 101 at the moment. He's going to go for the underarm frag. He cooks it up, puts it out. Nick 101. Good night, Irene. Sit down. Crush says he'll go for a second one to finish him off. Although he does try to move his ankle, and that's not going to get the finish. Team Immunity need to be quick here. They need to get Nick 101 back up, but he's bleeding. Oh, he's gone. He's done. He's all but done now. Crush will finish off the kill. He'll stay alive as well. Throws out another one just in case Kasum was going to push up, trying to go and get the revive. Doesn't want to waste all of them, though, Crush. You got to hold on to a couple. He's only got one left now. So maybe with a knockdown onto Bryn, this is actually going to be a huge opportunity for Zidon to help out just about everyone else. If we can take down Zoid, Fraggy spots at 4 health, needs to pop the medkit. But if a second one comes, that'll be the end of Zidon. It'll be end of order. Tingleton just keeps going. Sends electricity packing. 7 kills for the Flexer. He's not done yet. He doesn't want to go home early. He'll put the Chiefs on his back and he'll carry them to victory if he has to. 27 minutes gone. Next zone, though, is going to be difficult for Zoid and Valkyrie to stay alive in the spray towards Team Immunity. It's not what they need, because he's going to be knocked down by Cream PTC. Zidon stays behind at the rock, which means that he can still come from behind against no invites, but this may be the end of Immunity, even with the 7 kills. Kasunza is the last one alive. Did that nade get thrown in the end? If it did, no, it didn't. Sweet Soul will go down. Kasun, last one alive, needs to hold on for Team Immunity. Otherwise, it's all over for them in terms of being able to get first position. It'll be down to no invites and all, but just no invites for first place. Knights Esports are close by, but they've only got the 4 kills, and there's just 9 teams remaining, and no invites is one of those 9 teams. They're still alive. They're still in this. Zidon, is he going to be the man that saves Immunity? Or Knights Esports, who are still in this? The way the Chiefs are going, can they rack up even more kills? Possibly make an extremely late push for top 4. I don't think it'll be happen. I don't think it's possible. Zidon with the spray towards Zoid, mate, needs to get the knockdown, and he does get it. It's a headshot at the end, but Valkyrie will get the re-knock on to Zidon, pushing him out of the game. 8th teams left, but the pressure's onto no invites. Smoke's out from Valkyrie. He's got one job, and that's to get Zoid back into the game, so Zoid can do it all. Smoke out from Val. 28.5 minutes gone. Final game of the finals here for BrawlFest. 8 teams, 16 alive. Four kills for Knights Esports. Crush still in this one for SYF. It is SYF after all. They're known for rank taking. They're known for having one still alive. Kasun just holds on. The chance of first place slipping away from Immunity. The longer this goes on, the worse it's getting. Zoidmate takes a huge chunk down to 23 health. 4 total kills. Valkyrie just going to go prone inside of the smoke, so we'll be able to heal up. This pressure's coming from Knights, and Knights need to put probably even more pressure towards no invites. If they know who it is, you've got to just go for it at this point. You just have to go for it, unless they're playing it safe, unless they're just going to go and try and go for just the top 4 and not even just go for first place. Maybe they feel first is already out of grab. They don't have the kills to sort of try and back it up at this point. They would have needed Knights. So no invites to go out around that last place position and get 0 points in this game. That's not going to be the case. They've already picked up 4 kills. They're inside of the top 8. Points are coming their way. This could be the end of Kasun. Gets tagged. He stands up. Oh, Zoid runs out of ammo to just perfect time. Kasun, thank your lucky stars. Zoid's got to reload and move forward because the next zone has shifted over to the eastern side of this previous zone here for phase 7. We're running out of time. We've reached the 30-minute mark and we've still got 8 teams, 16 alive. Down on the south side, a host of players still as Edge waits for Sunny to come out of the shack. Coming in from behind Edge is Galway. And then behind Galway is Guru and player 4 for Justice Esports. They have got a 2-2 split at the moment. Galway's going to go down to Sunny, in fact, of all people, inside of the shack. 6 kills for Carnage. 8th position for We Back. We're into the final 7 teams. 30.5 minutes gone. 6 total kills for Carnage. It may be coming to an end for them, though. Edge will sit patiently for now and wait. Knows that if any sort of frag grenade goes in there from those that are pushing in from behind him, he knows that Guru and player 4 are close by, or at least he knows that 1 is close by. Edge still hasn't been spotted by player 4 just yet, as no invites finally go out. It's 7th position, and it's over to Knights Esports. Now it's the opportunity Kasun is still alive. They need to pick up more kills. They need to get the chicken dinner, though. Can Kasun do it? Tiggleton and Edge both continue to flex as Carnage are out in 6th. And Justice lose the duo down the bottom. They've still got Fury and Specky, though, alive. Down to the final 5 teams remaining. Kasun still in this one with 7 kills. If he can pick up a couple more, maybe, just maybe, there's a slight chance of hope for Team Immunity to still take out first position if they get the win. Edge gets knocked down. It's down to just Tiggleton, the flexer himself, up to 8 of the 10 kills for the Chiefs. 5 teams, 9 alive. Crush still in this one as well. And the next zone, the final zone, it's going to shift over towards Knights Esports. Maybe they are the lucky ones here, but they are quite a bit further away from where Team Immunity is in terms of being able to get up to that first position. But if they do beat Immunity here, and Kasun does go out, it definitely will be a second place finish for Knights Esports. And boy, they will be ropeable with what happened in game number 9, going out in 3rd last position. No chance. Absolutely. If they had have been able to finish top 5 in game 9, they'd be winning it right now. They would be. They'd be our winners. And sometimes it just happens like that. One bad game, and that's all the difference is in the end, as Kasun gets a headshot knockdown onto Spaggy. And he get Fury as well. I don't think it's going to happen. I think he's just drawn the attention of all of Knights Esports now towards his location. No movement from Tiggleton or Crush just yet, but they will have to start to move over towards this next zone. 4 more seconds here until the blue zone will start to restrict the play area. One final time, 1 minute. That's how long it's going to take. No frags for Kasun at all. One comes out from Fury. Not sure how close it is to Kasun. Actually, it's a smoke. They do have some frags, though, available to throw out if they want to. And there it is. Chunks Kasun. Blue zone's approaching. He's in awful shape right now. The spray into the wheat. This may be the end of Kasun. Holds on for dear life. I hope he's wearing his brown pants, because you know what he's doing right now. Knights, though, turn their attention towards the smoke of Justice Esports. They don't even realize Kasun's right in front of the smoke. You can see Suspect and Cream leading. Now they've spotted him. That'll be the end of Kasun. He goes out in 5th position for Team Immunity. And no invites have now possibly sewn it all up, wrapped it up for the win. Unless Knights can just somehow kill everyone else that's still in this game. Get 11 kills and the dinner. I still don't think it'll be enough. We will have the results live on the stream. 33 minutes gone. Oh, you never know. Tiggleton's still alive here. Obviously, for Knights Esports, a win is all that is it. Second place won't be enough. 100%. First place is barely going to be enough, even if it is. I think no invites have got this one up. All but wrapped. Like a neat little bow and a present. $1,000 for first place. Suspect has been spotted, though, by Tiggleton. 3x on the score round. He's done well so far. 8 kills. He just bides his time. He's not going to rush this one at all. Cream goes prone, does have Crash over to his right. Spaggy's still in this for Justice Esports, so it kind of makes it look like there's 5 for Knights at the moment on the map, but there's not. There's only 4. Crush is going to go down to Suspect. This is what the Knights need. They need to pick them off all one by one. 2 more players to pick off. It's Spaggy from Justice Esports. Solo B stands up, down to just Tiggleton. James, can you flex one last time for us? It's a 1 versus 4 inside of a bush with the blue zone literally so on top of you. Gets 1. He's not going to get any more than that. Had to stand up, and it's all over. It's Knights Esports who take out the final game of the night, of the evening, of the finals. Game number 10's done and dusted. Knights Esports with 11 kills. But is it enough for first position? We'll wait to find out. Second position for the Chiefs, mostly thanks to Tiggleton and Edge. Well, all thanks to Tiggleton and Edge for how long they were able to stay alive as a duo. 8 for Tiggleton, 2 for Edge. Third place for Justice Esports. Again, cementing themselves as a team that's becoming quite consistent with their high placings. 2 kills. In 4th position, it was SYF Gaming. 2 kills for them. 1 to Dak and 1 to Crush. And in 5th place, just so close to the finish line for Team Immunity, they had 7 kills. But it was the 7th place finishing team in no invites that came away with 4 kills. And as I said, that 7th place finish, that gets them a whole net of points to keep them as the leaders currently. Now we're gonna just give it a moment, and when I'm gonna put the tunes on. When we come back, we will have the winner and the winners announced. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, just giving you a quick update. We are going to have to delay the announcement by just 2 minutes. So bear with us. 2 more minutes until we will have the announcements for the top 4 placings. But while I've got the beautiful graphic on the screen for the JLL Wingman Series, exclamation mark Wingman, for all of the information for the upcoming Duo Tournament presented by Global Loot League, powered by BrawlFest, coming up on the 18th of November. Grab a buddy, as we will be displaying the $5,000 prize pool. And of course, we will also be having the Alpha Bravo division by BrawlFest coming up as our next season of BrawlFest, powered by GLL as well. Due to our recent partnership down in the Oceanic region, a big thank you to GLL for coming in. I might as well do the thank yous now, I guess, for the BrawlFest Season 1, shall I? Big shout out to firstly to One Up Entertainment and Legends Cyber Cafe for helping sponsor this Season 1 of BrawlFest. Most importantly, this couldn't be done though without Benshu. He came up with the idea and the desire to create a tournament here for the Oceanic region that everyone could participate in, and I feel like that desire was met. Big thank you to the rest of the admin crew, Valkyrie, the Ivo, Rez, and Lorne, for all helping out throughout this season of BrawlFest. But it looks like we do have our top 4. It is No Invites as our winners. They've taken home $1,000 for first place. I don't have it. Look, I don't have a cool graphic. Exclamation mark leaderboard if you want it confirmed for yourselves. Second place for Knights Esports. They'll take home $500. Immunity in third position will take home a cool $250. And in fourth spot, Extricity with $150. If you want to find out who takes home the $100 for the top frag prize, you can join the PUBG BrawlFest Discord where it'll be announced. It can also be announced on the Twitter at BrawlFest PUBG. But that will wrap things up, ladies and gentlemen. My name has been Xenox. You can find me on Twitter at XenoxCast if you wish. Make sure to follow the channel because we will be back soon, very soon, with the Alpha Bravo Division action here for BrawlFest. And again, a reminder for the GLL Wingman Tournament. Make sure you sign up. Make sure you go. It'll be every Sunday. It'll be a lot of fun. $5,000 as well. Presented by GLL. But we're going to wrap the stream up. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Much love. And again, congratulations to No Invites.